Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Oh, that was wonderful. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good morning.
morning.
My name is Angela Herlock, and I'm the chair for the Chicago Housing Authority Commissioners. To our residents and our guests who have joined us today in board chambers, as well as our remote viewers watching the meeting via our live stream video broadcast, we welcome you to the March 19th, 2024 board meeting. This meeting will now be called to order. Our secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Herlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I will present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. First, we'll have centering thoughts from Commissioner Dr. Harris, followed by a report from our CEO, Tracy Scott. We will then move on to public testimony on general matters, and after public testimony on general matters, we will recess from the regular board meeting. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting will follow that, and after committee presentations, registered speakers will be given an opportunity to comment on committee matters. At the conclusion of the Real Estate Committee meeting, the regular board meeting session will resume with presentation and a vote on board items and closed session. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion to proceed with the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. We'll now start with centering thoughts by Commissioner Dr. Mildred Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Oh, it is a beautiful morning. I think they say that it is the first day of spring, according to something that I read, although it feels a little chilly out there. But I'd also like to say that this is International Women's Month. And so today we're going to celebrate the women today. I found a poem, and it's entitled, A Powerful Woman. A powerful woman. She rises from her adversity, but never forgets her origin. She learns from her past and chooses to keep going forward, even when her steps get heavy. She transforms her pain and suffering into strength and wisdom. Yes, she may stumble. Yes, sometimes she may fall. But just as the sun always rises, so too does a powerful woman. She is equipped with an intuition that guides her course like a compass. She strives to love herself and all that she stands for with a fierce loyalty, even when it's difficult. And you know something? She's not afraid to seek truth, even when it hurts. She is passionate and uses her gifts to inspire and spread light and love. With a mind of wonder and a heart of goodness and grit, she is resilient. She refuses to be navigated by fear and doubt. She knows where she's been, where she is, and where she's headed. She uplifts other women and embodies authenticity and humility. She loves deeply, lives with compassion, and is relentlessly unapologetic. She is designed to be admired, not always liked, but she is fierce, determined, and unstoppable. She is a powerful woman. And I'd like to end by saying, those of you who are here in the audience today and those who are watching, you're a woman. You are a powerful woman. And here's CHA, the women, those of us together. I like to say, yes, we are the powerful women. And our mission here for CHA is to create and sustain strong communities where seniors thrive and everyone can unlock their economic power. As powerful women here at CHA, our vision is striving and thriving and helping to have a thriving city where every neighborhood has quality, affordable housing, and everyone feels welcome. So I'd just like to say thank you, and I would like for us to applaud all the powerful women who are here today.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, for your inspiring and always uplifting words of wisdom. We'll move right on now on the agenda to our CEO Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Board of Commission. Okay, I'm getting feedback here.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to start beatboxing soon. All right. To the Board of Commissioners, resident leaders, residents and participants, and members of the public. Actually, I think the feedback is going to affect the video. Can we just get a thumbs up from the booth? I apologize for. Thumbs up. Testing? Okay, great. Again, thank you. To the Board of Commissioners, resident leaders, residents, and participants and members of the public. As I've done in each board meeting, I'd like to take a moment to update you on recent activities, accomplishments, and upcoming opportunities of the agency. Our CHA team remains focused and motivated to make the difference. On this first slide, I just want to point out that while our mission, as Dr. Harris and Commissioner Harris pointed out, is around people and unlocking economic power, we have to remember that the mission is people thriving. The tools we use are stable housing in strong communities. With significant increases in construction activity over the last 4 years, we now serve 65,000 households, 65,000 families in 77 community areas. So we are in every neighborhood. We've increased almost 2,000 households over the last 4 years, and we continue to focus on the supports we're providing. With our partners, we've delivered more than 1,000 new homes in mixed income properties and PBV, including 366 units specifically for CHA seniors and families. Last November, I spoke to you about the FY 2024 federal budget, and I'm pleased to announce that Congress passed the THUD budget, as they call it, on February 29th before the deadline, so the government didn't shut down and we didn't lose funding. This is critical because over 85% of CHA's funds are from federal appropriations, and it enables CHA and Chicago to ensure that those 65,000 families and seniors continue to receive our support for their rent, home ownership opportunities, and other supports. Additionally, I should say there's a clap. We got our budget. It's no small thing. Additionally, the federal budget legislation also includes special grants for our development projects at LeClaire and Legends, which the former Robert Taylor, and an extension of our MTW agreement with HUD. Despite the funding threats over the last several months, we continued planning and moving forward, and here are some highlights from the last few months. Next slide. On the real estate side, CHA and its partners are creating nearly 1,000 mixed-income apartments that are under construction throughout Chicago. Pictured here are some of those. 760 of those apartments are planned for completion in 2024. Here is Ogden Commons and Grace Manor on the west side, as well as Roosevelt Square on the west side, and then Oakwood Shores on the south side. And these are just in construction pictures. We wanted to update you. You can see where these are. Many folks have heard about these and know that the construction's going on. It's moving actually rather swiftly. All three of these developments will be online later this year. Next slide. Also on the west side is West Haven 2D, which started construction last year. They're using this sort of panelized concrete method, and so that is also moving the construction quite swiftly. Next slide. Our mission is to create and sustain strong communities where everyone can unlock their economic power, and education and careers are key. So CHA's nonprofit partner, Springboard to Success, hosted an annual event for 45 CHA college students who were home for their winter break. The students took professional headshots, received resume assistance, and participated in a corporate networking session with sponsors such as Chase Bank, RSM, the Obama Foundation, Northwestern Hospital, and others. In an example of how this works, coming full circle, one of the students who attended this same Springboard to Success event in 2020 now works for CHA, and that's Jamila McCraig. She's pictured here in the center. "45 of the 81 Level Up graduates received their certificates of completion and celebrated economic power on January 27th in a ceremony that we held. The graduates earned over $296,000 in escrow savings. That is, they saved money and CHA matched that money in their savings. So they took away almost $300,000 to apply to their goals. Goals included all of them maintained employment for at least 12 months, 8 completed a training and certificate program, 1 attained an associate degree, 2 bachelor's degrees, a master's degree, 3 transitioned off of housing subsidy, 7 improved their credit scores, and 5 became homeowners. This is the work that we do. Next slide. FCC Commissioner Jeffrey Starks visited Chicago and heard from CHA staff and residents about the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is essentially providing free broadband internet services. Last year, CHA held more than 75 enrollment events, reaching nearly 12,000 people and enrolling 3,000 of our CHA households in this free internet program. Next slide. When inclement weather caused a power outage at Las Americas Apartments during sub-zero weather, CHA staff rallied to relocate seniors to hotels for a short-term housing solution. And after the emergency was resolved, CHA provided grocery staples to the residents who were returning, including donations from Top Box Foods, Greater Chicago Food Depository, and Aldi. A special thanks to our CHA team members, the City of Chicago, our property management firm, Hispanic Housing, as well as our board members who supported us through this. And I'd like to give a special shout out to board member Commissioner Matanke for assisting us directly with this effort. And so I just want to pause here and show a little video about what happened at Las Americas.
What happened at Las Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth, and it all stopped.
So we lost generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days. They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens, and they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
So again, I can't thank, well, let's get that sound right. I can't thank the staff enough. We had almost 100 of CHA staff members who got up in the middle of the night and drove in to make sure that our seniors were safe. And I just want to acknowledge in particular the staff members who are here. Just please stand up because this is the work that we do, and I want to publicly acknowledge your work. So all CHA staff members. Next slide. So here are some upcoming events, and I encourage CHA residents and voucher participants to take advantage of these opportunities. Our scholarships from Springboard to Success, those applications are open and they close on May 15th. Also, we have a summer food program that is available for families, and that application closes on March 31st. And then on May 3rd, the applications for summer jobs for youth, that closes. Students will be placed by May 30th if they meet that deadline for the application. And we encourage you to go to CHA's website for more information about these opportunities and more. Before I close, I just want to say one more time to acknowledge our CHA staff for their hard work and dedication, and as you saw in the video, for their care and compassion for our families. In the coming months, stay tuned for our 2023 annual impact report. And on behalf of the management and staff of CHA, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. We'll now move into today's public participation for general matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, board members look forward to listening to your concerns and to giving full consideration for the input you bring us. Depending on questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to the CEO, who may be able to provide us with an immediate response. We may direct you to a staff member so your concern is promptly addressed, or we may need to contact you after the meeting to get more information. But be assured that your concerns will be addressed before the next scheduled meeting. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will enforce a 2-minute limit rule. Additionally, speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to another person. When called upon, please come to the podium. All comments must be addressed to me and not to individual members of the board or the CHA staff. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. And disruptive behavior includes but is not limited to personal attacks, abusive, threatening, or intemperate language, and refusal to abide by the time limit set forth in the public participation rules. If the board is unable to conduct business due to serious and/or continued disruption from the public, I will recess or adjourn the meeting to allow removal of individuals for egregious breach of order. Disruptive behavior not only affects conducting board business, but it also prevents other registered speakers from safely communicating or getting their concerns addressed as well. Today we have a total of 10 registered speakers who will comment on general CHA matters. The following is the order in which speakers will be called: Otis Thomas, Jenny Newsom, Rosetta Randall, Armitra Jackson, Alonda Turner, Antonio Williams, Patricia Taylor, Betty Thompson, Paula Haley, and Carla Jackson, who may be participating remotely. First, we'll have Otis Thomas. Do we have Otis Thomas? All right. We'll move on to Jenny Newsom. Ms. Newsom. And next will be Rosetta Randall. Good morning.
I'm coming here today because I have a concern about seniors that are blind. It has been called to my attention that in 9 of the buildings on the senior south side has blind residents. My biggest concern is fire. Now, with this fire, you know, we have beautiful sprinkler systems in all of our senior buildings, but you know what, with a fire, that's a terrifying, it's just terrifying, whether you're sighted or if you're blind. But the thing of it is that what I'm most concerned about is in these units that these blind residents are in. First of all, they're over the 3rd floor. No blind person should be placed anywhere in Chicago housing over the 3rd floor. That is a safety hazard. It is a lawsuit waiting to happen. And not only that, we don't have emergency pull cords. What if they fall? Who's going to come and help them? Now, I'm going to bring on another concern that was given to me by Rosetta Randall about cycle painting. When do the apartments in the senior housing have cycle painting? It seems like it's been neglected. Also, one other thing, I'm trying to get everything in. We need flowers. We need flowers. Beautiful landscaping for the seniors. We need these things. Seniors should not be saying and
20
taking up a
seconds
collection
remaining.
for themselves to plant flowers at our senior buildings. The COVID is over with. We need some beautification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Newsom.
everybody have a great day.
Thank you very much for your concern regarding safety and beautification of the buildings. We'll move on to Rosetta Randall. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration on that. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Armitra Jackson. Okay. I do, yep. I'm going to ask the secretary, there's a gentleman in the first row who's motioning, if you could speak to him, Lee.
Thank you, Madam.
We'll move on to Alonda Turner. Okay. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Amanda. I'm here today as representative of Touch and Go, not only as a member of the community, but also as the president of Touch and Go. I'm deeply invested in the success of the initiative aimed in revitalizing our neighborhoods and providing quality housing for all residents. I'm here to share my experience with the Make Ready program. It's an endeavor that holds great promise, but unfortunately it's been marred by issues that need an attention. I was honored to be invited to participate in this program, of which I successfully did what was asked, but it's been brought to my attention that rumors have circulated that Touch and Go is only capable of handling 1 unit. Even if this was true, I would ask you to consider the rationale behind the limitation. Shouldn't the focus be on nurturing and supporting capable contractors such as Touch and Go to build the capacity gradually? How can you ascertain true potential if you deny the opportunity for me to be able to prove myself? I must express my disappointment and lack of response from CHA's asset managers and management, despite my persistent efforts to engage with them. Even when Mr. Langston finally responded, his message, though polite, did little to address my concerns. It felt like a dismissal, a subtle indication that our capabilities were being judged based upon hearsay rather than firsthand experience. In closing, I'm here not to cast blame, but to shed light on the situation that demands your attention. The success of programs such as the Make Ready hinges not only on the participation of dedicated contractors, but also on the equitable treatment of those contractors. So I ask that you reconsider your approach and to afford Touch and Go the opportunity to continue to contribute to the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We do want you to have a response. We're going to ask the CEO to respond to your comments.
It's a very short response. I'd like you to ask the Chief Operating Officer, Eric Garrett, to speak with you before you leave. So I want to make sure that we're in touch with you so that we can talk more and figure out what's going on.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. We'll now have Antonio Williams.
Hello, everyone.
Morning.
I want to say thank you for the opportunity to have the moment to speak, but I also want to start off by saying it's amazing things what you're doing with the seniors, so congratulations on that plight. But I'm also here as an individual on the Section 3 in the Make Ready program, so I'm here representing Real Freedom Construction. And in the process of this, you know, we have within this Make Ready program, we have crafted a program to train young gentlemen to be able to understand the concept of construction and continue to move forward so they can do things that's more productive than you know, of course, than not being a nuisance to our particular community. I've also had the opportunity to talk to Mrs. Ann McKenzie, which I'll say personally have been doing a great job, at least in the attempts to kind of reach across the aisle to say, hey, this is not even in my purview, not in my, you know, subject of work, but I'll at least make the attempt. I have also had the conversation with Mr. Langston Hughes. I've also have been dismissed in that process because I've reached out to Mr. Hughes, Mr. Langston, several different times on several different occasions. I've also had the opportunity to talk to Ms. Scott, as you may have remembered. I know you run across many people, and I've definitely even also included that, hey, look, I've had a conversation in light of what we're doing in the event of trying to bring in the younger generation to the opportunity to have the opportunity to be able to afford a wage instead of taking a wage, you know, so instead of being in that, and when we living in a season where people with armed robberies and all the things are happening, you know, it's
20
up for us
seconds
to do it.
remaining.
We need some help within our community. We have multiple individuals here that's you guys can stand up for the sake of it. You can stand up. All y'all stand up. These are the participants of the program that's learning to be better. And as long as we have as individuals, Mr. Hughes, I know that you may have a busy schedule, which is okay, but in light of, you can at least get back to somebody to say,
Time is
hey,
up.
let's do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to ask, though, that you also speak with our CEO at the end of the meeting as well. Thank you. I'm sorry, COO. We're going to move on to Patricia Taylor. Do we have Betty Thompson? Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a resident of the 3939 property, Lake Park Place Apartments. On this site, the laundry amenities at the Lake Park Place Apartments are as follows. There are two buildings. One is 3939, one is 3983. There are 140 units, in both buildings. The laundry rooms are inadequate at this point in time. The 6 front loaders in the 3939 building, one is operating, 5 are out. In the 3983 building, all of the front loaders are working, all of the top loaders are working, only one front loader is working. Understanding the site and the laundry room amenity is open 24 hours, 365 days out of the year. This amenity the question is this amenity offered across the board in any other CHA apartments, which include family and others, senior mixed, all scatter sites, and dwelling units. As these laundry facilities are a part of the amenities that are offered at the Lake Park Place Apartments, many of them go unserved. Residence is now a family property, is overhoused with a lot of new people that have moved in. Because these laundry rooms are open at 365 days of the year, the suggestion is that there is a laundry room attendant to work within these 2 laundry rooms to make sure that the machines are looked at, are not overstuffed, and are not misused. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Ms. Thompson. We'll now move on to Paula Haley. Okay, I'm so sorry. Feel free to go to the podium, but our CEO did want to respond as well.
Morning, everyone. Just wanted to kind of respond on our laundry. The board approved last year laundry services for both our senior properties as well as our family properties. We came here with recommendations for 2 vendors. Of those 2 vendors, one actually dropped out for family housing. All of our senior housing has actually new machines, and those are operable at this time. We are now working with the vendor who actually has the senior laundry to facilitate the contract for our family services. We do have Lake Park Place on the top of our list. What we're doing right now, just to make sure that they're operable, we are, because Minnie Riperton is getting new appliances under the senior model, we're moving those appliances from Minnie Riperton over to Lake Park Place so that we can make sure that they actually have operable laundry until the contractor actually come in and redo all of the laundry for our family sites.
You moving them over there temporarily, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
pay attention.
It is temporary until the actual vendor for our family sites puts in all of the supplies, all of the laundry equipment.
And before you move them over to Lake Park, flush them out.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's part of our laundry program, as we talked about when the board approved it. So I wanted to make sure that Ms. Thompson understood and the other residents understood that we will be addressing the family properties as part of that rollout. And in addition, I do appreciate your suggestion regarding an attendant, and I think we'll look into what those possibilities are.
Thank you. We now have Paula Haley. Did I say that right?
Good morning, Board of Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Paula Haley, and I'm a senior field organizer and representing ADCHA administrative employees and SEIU bargaining unit. And I'm here today to ask CHA board to consider and approve a resolution to address the matter of great importance to our members and their family, the employees' pension contributions being imposed on affected work for the first time since 1980. Now it's beginning July the 1st of 2024. Between 2019 and 2023, the cost of living has risen 20%. During that time, members in SEIU bargaining unit wages only went up 9%. In December of 2023, SEIU bargaining unit members ratified a 4-year contract with 4% increase each year to make up for the declining power of their buying power and after record inflation. But any progress toward regaining wages they were hit bad and hard, and the pension contributions is now 3% starting July the 1st of 2024 for the first time since 1980. While employees are glad for a strong pension contribution that they will be making, they will be hit hard by the pension contribution. The increases is 3%, starting July the 1st of 2023 for the first time, again,
20
I say,
seconds remaining.
in 1920. While employees are glad, we are arguing that affected employees should never make a contribution to this pension until 2024. We're asking that the board
Time is up.
commissioner. Okay, I'd like to give you this resolution, please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I do want to say that we did receive your correspondence. You can feel free to give it to the secretary. We did receive your correspondence. It is not the Board of Commissioners that makes that decision. It actually starts with the pension board, and we will be referring your request to the pension board, just to let you know. I misspoke earlier. Carla Jackson is not our last speaker. Our last speaker is going to be Irene Harris, but I believe we have Carla Jackson on the line. Okay, so she's not available. We'll now have Irene Harris, if she is available. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I have several questions in regards to the general contracting food program. According to the executed contract, Article 4, compensation under Section 4.1, amount of compensation states, the initial maximum not to exceed amount of compensation payable to the contractor under this agreement is $250,000. So this amount referred to the base term of the awarded contract for 3 years until September 2026, or at the discretion of the Chicago Housing Authority. So further clarification would be greatly appreciated on this matter. Second question is, according to executed contract, Article 4, compensation under Section 4.2 payments, letter E, final paragraph states, CHA will make commercially reasonable efforts to make payments for services rendered under this agreement within 30 days after receipt and approval of each invoice submitted. All invoices shall be subject to review and approval by the CHA. If the CHA objects to all or any portion of any invoice, it shall notify the contractor of its objection in writing, and both parties shall make every effort to settle the disputed portion of the invoice. Do you think that it's commercially reasonable for me to still not be paid for a project that was completed back on January 24, with my invoice and documents being submitted on February the 6th? What is the process when it comes to the issuance of requisitions and purchase orders? How long does that usually take? When either one of these processes surpasses the allocated time frame set forth, how then and when will the vendor be notified? Are requisitions and purchase orders only processing every
20
2
seconds
months
remaining.
prior to the board meeting, or is that the standard for certain contractors or projects in the general contracting program? What is the payment process for projects that are considered an emergency, and are they not paid as an emergency expeditiously? I'm sorry, I got 2 more questions. Regarding an emergency project, will that project be considered or
Time is
treated
up.
as your tax order in the general contracting pool? How is that determination made and by whom? And being that rotations are listed according to each tier, why isn't that the rotation list made visible or accessible to the contractors in each tier category to stay abreast of where they are in the rotation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. We do have a response from our CEO.
Just very quickly, I would like you, Ms. Harris, to talk to our COO afterwards, if you can just hold for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our guest speakers this morning. Responses to the comments presented during public participation will be posted on CHA's website. If you have any written materials that weren't given to the board secretary prior, if you could share them with the board secretary so they could be shared with the entire commission. And after the board meeting, the board secretary will distribute the materials to the full board. Our next,
Question.
oh, you have a question, I'm sorry.
No.
Commissioner?
I've asked those questions, and I would like response to the answers to the questions for the workers. I would also like one because I've been asking those questions.
Right.
Like before the week is out, if you don't mind.
Thank you. That request has been made by the commissioner. Okay, absolutely. Okay.
Normally during public participation, Board of Commissioners, we wait till the items come up for agenda, but again, those questions that the contractors is raising, I wish that we could give a public response, because just because those two questions came up doesn't mean it's not a big audience watching to see the answer. So when we do these sidebars with the questioners, that's not really addressing the issue. So it's a lot of people in the audience that I see that want to ask those same questions or want answers, and they're not getting invited to the back room. So I was wondering if we can get a little bit about, like she said, about the base contract. That's just, I know for a fact that's just a base. And so could somebody kind of like address that in terms of letting them know that just because they're in a 5-year program, that don't mean that they're gonna make this what's at the base. Could we touch on that a little?
Right, we do.
Good morning again, commissioners and everyone. Just to give you just a brief overview of that. We talk about a base contract, it actually is looking at the tier that you're currently in. Where it sounds like you say $250,000, which means that that's a tier 2 contractor. The term of the contract is for tier is the $250,000. Understanding that doesn't mean that that is the lifetime contract value of that contract. It's the initial value. The board has authorized us a $150 million, not to exceed $150 million for our 5-year capital program. Within that footprint, what we do is then we would amend contracts based off that board authority. So depending on where you are in your contract, depending on the task orders that you're completing, as we talk about rotational, we initially had to get out something for everyone under a contract. However, a whole $150 million is not actually in our contract value. It's the amount that is awarded, but that is subject to our capital funding that we are receiving from HUD. So we are making sure that whatever we put in your contract for that annual year, that we actually have that budgeted so that we can make sure that whatever that if we give you a PO or requisition, that we can make sure that we have the payments to make sure that we're paying you. This is part of our process.
Well, let me just clarify. So the 250,000 is based on the tier, and that is a contract value, but that's not a guaranteed payment. It's based on the number of jobs, the task orders that are issued. So the number of jobs you have. It's not a guaranteed. That's right. And what he's saying is the initial maximum based on when the board approved that was $250,000 for those tier 2 contractors. Each job has a value, so you can go up to that. But in subsequent years, because those are 3-year contracts, if we see a need to expand that within the board authority, we could expand that. And so it depends on how much we have in the budget for that year where we expand it. Yeah, it's not a cap for the 3 years. It's just the initial award. Okay.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to announcements. A few announcements before we. I'm sorry, 1 minute. One of the commissioners is asking if I'm skipping him. Skipping his committee meeting. I am not skipping your committee meeting. We're going to be going on to the real estate committee after a few announcements. I was a little bit confused by the announcements, but a few announcements before we recess into the committee meeting. Responses for the January 16th board meeting comments are available at the check-in desk and posted on CHA's website. The 2024 committee and board meeting schedule is posted on the CHA's website, as well as copies are available at the check-in desks as well. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, May 21st at 8:30. But just a reminder, you no longer need to register as an observer to attend the committee or board meetings. However, persons wishing to comment at the CHA committee or board meetings must submit questions or comments in writing and online to boardpubliccomments@thecha.org no later than 10 a.m. on Monday, the day preceding the board meeting. You can always visit our website or call the board secretary office to stay abreast of the information on the board-related meetings or to receive a copy of the public comment process or the 2024 meeting schedule. Now may I present a motion to recess the regular meeting of the board?
So moved.
I'm sorry. I'm motioning. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? And hearing none, the regular board meeting is recessed and will now return at the conclusion of the Real Estate Committee Development Committee meeting. And so now I hand over the gavel to my esteemed colleague, Commissioner James Matanke, who I did not forget, Chairman of the Real Estate Committee.
Good morning and welcome to the March 19th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting. My name is James Matanke, Chairman of the committee. The March 19th meeting is now called to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez? Commissioner Harris? Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Matanke?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Chair Herlock, Commissioners Hart, and Washington are also in attendance, but not counted for the quorum. The first matter for approval is the meeting minutes of November 21st, 2023. Is there a I call for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes for November 21st are hereby approved as submitted. We have 6 items for consideration today by this committee. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then be voted upon after public participation. The first 2 items on today's agenda will be presented by Eric Garrett, Chief Operating Officer. We will start with item number 3, authorization to amend contract number 12885 with Garland DBS Inc. and increase funds in the amount of $32 million for roofing and waterproofing systems and services. Is there a representative?
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This is authorization to amend contract for roofing and waterproofing systems and services. We actually have Ellen Harris, I'm sorry. Ellen Sargent, our Deputy Chief of Building Operations, to present this item. We also have our vendor Garland here as well for any questions. Ellen?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ellen.
As Eric mentioned, this item is a recommendation to amend an existing contract with Garland DBHMS for roofing and waterproofing services. The current contract was awarded at $16 million, and the original term was for 18 months, which ends this October. The recommended amendment will increase the total contract value by $32 million for a new aggregate amount of $48 million, as well as to extend the term of the contract until December 2023. The increased contract authorization amount aligns with the projected capital need to replace and repair roofing systems across CHA portfolios in the next 4 years, including 2024. It builds on the successful 2023 roofing program, which replaced 7 and repaired 8 roofs at high-rise buildings, and this was the most robust roofing program that we've had in the last 5 years. The program's success is attributed to the turnkey project methodology that expedites the assessment, design, and construction phases of each roofing project while maintaining due diligence in each phase. A full labor and material warranty is provided by Garland after the project is completed, which ensures longevity and durability of the roofing system. These new roofs increase each building's energy efficiency with a minimum insulation or R value of 30, and then the top layer of the roofing system is a white coating, which meets the Chicago Building Code. This contract is compliant and a little bit over compliance with both the MWDBE as well as the Section 3 contractual requirements. And we have Matt Lemire here from Garland Roofing to answer any questions.
Good morning.
Good morning, Matt. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yes.
No.
Commissioner Harris,
Harris.
please.
First, I would just like to thank you for the information that you did provide. It was very well put together, and I understood everything that you tried to present. So
course.
thank you for a good job.
Commissioner Washington, do you have a question?
Garland, are you not the same roofing company as doing Abla Homes on the west side?
Yes, we've been active at Abla Brooks Homes.
So since you've been active in Abla Brooks Homes, have you learned anything?
Have we learned anything?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What did you learn?
We've used that site as an opportunity to get residents involved in the project through direct employment opportunities. And we've also learned about how to better coordinate with the community on site so that people are aware of the scope of work and the direction of work for those wide campus sites like that.
Are you sure you learned this? Because when you move on to the next development, you have to deal with those same type of presidents. So are you sure you learned something? Or should we have to come back to the table?
No, I believe we've learned quite a bit over there, and we hope to expand our residential employment opportunities through these scattered sites, low-rise, wide campus type of properties that we're starting to move into as we look forward into 2024.
Well, I hope you've learned, because personally, I will be watching you. And some of these people out here are some of them presidents and residents that you have to deal with. In the beginning, he had the roofing contract. He, for almost a year, didn't hire not one resident. If it had not been for the LAC president, Mary Baggett, putting her foot on his neck, he would never hire a resident. He gave us all kind of ifs, ands, and buts. And CHA keeps saying, we had a Section 3, we're going to do this, do that. Nobody follows through. Unless we put our foot on their necks, they don't do anything. Other than that, he'll be standing there gloating. He was laughing all the way to the bank. So that can't happen no more. With nobody, we tired.
So, could I-
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker, do you have a question?
So, Mr. Garland, one of the things here at CHA we strive on is, we had a young man came here today to talk about giving our young men a chance to take on different careers, learn these trades. I know, I'm not saying you're union or not, but when you do get contracts that you want our approval for, we want to make sure that you're hiring folks from the communities and that you're working with the young men, because they want to learn these trades too. They want to do this work. It's in their community. And so everybody need to be included, and, we don't, the audience feedback, that's just natural because they feel like they've been left out a lot. But I commend you on the work as far as the work itself. I looked at the roofs. I like the materials you're using, and I'm not sure if you guys perform the work. I think Ellen told me that you guys provide the materials. And what
That's
do you
correct.
do? Do you subcontract out the work?
That's correct. We use local contractors for the installation of the roof systems.
Right. So what we asking you as the oversight, that you make sure that the subcontractors that you're using is doing the work, because you're gonna bear the responsibility if that's not being done. So when we talk about lessons learned, that's just one of the things. We don't want to beat our vendors up. You're doing a good job there, but that's the missing piece, and that's the most important one. So we just want to make sure you know that, and not just when you come to receive the award, that this is something ongoing. And if we can get all our vendors to do that, we'll have a lot of less poverty in our areas and a lot of more production. Because when you involve the residents, they take care of the community. They just want to feel as a part. So I don't want to prolong it,
Thank
but
you.
thanks for the work you've done so far. But just please work on improving that part for
thank
Section
you.
3's sake.
Thank you. I have a technical question. The white waterproofing coating, it's got a 30-year warranty. How often does it need to be reapplied, or is that for 30 years?
So ongoing maintenance of roofs is no different than owning an automobile.
flat
You have
roofs
to
in
change the
Chicago
oil,
constantly.
things of that nature. So there may be touch-ups here and there throughout the term of the warranty, but overall, the intended system is meant to last 30 years. The white coatings that we're referring to in our 30-year roof systems are for reflectivity and UV protection of the roof system. So the waterproofing component is actually underneath the white coating.
And silver is no longer used?
Silver does not meet City of Chicago building code requirements.
Thank you.
So, Gwentenke, can I ask one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Out of 48 million, could you give me a rough estimate of how many people you think you will hire in Section 3? How many jobs would this create that we could count on?
Well, I can't give you a specific number, but what I can tell you is that our mix in 2023 was mostly high-rise senior living sites. So those type of sites are high liability, special fall protection settings where we can't involve residents necessarily. Where we did involve residents, Abel Brooks Homes will serve as a model moving forward. The mix and the priority for buildings from the CHA working together with us as we look forward into 2024 and 2025 is low-rise, wide campus sites, which will be more conducive to including residents. And all that being said, we did exceed our Section 3 utilization in our first 12 months of doing work together.
You said it couldn't include residents because of high rise. What you mean? They not skilled? I mean, what would make them not be able to be included?
Dangerous.
It's a high liability, special fall protection environment.
So those folks come from the unions?
But they can still hire
So
folks.
somebody got to do the work. So those folks that you is hiring is trained union folks or something? What?
Correct.
Excuse me, Ms. Parker.
So we just asking them to open up the doors so that they could receive the training, so that they could learn the trade.
Well,
And I know you ain't the union, but I'm just saying.
All right, excuse me. I
Sorry
have one
about
more question. We're focusing on Section 3, but we've also been focusing on how many people you train within your company. That's a concern to me. Do you have an internship program? Could residents from our properties possibly get summer jobs to learn how to work with you directly?
Yes, that's something that we could work to establish.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington, one last comment?
We have low rise and we have high rise, and there's no such thing. If you have a high rise building, you need someone to take materials off the truck and bring up the elevator to the roof. Residents go up on rooftops anyway, and none of them have failed as of yet that I know of. They might have been thrown off, but they never fell off the roofs at CHA.
As far as you know.
And you will need people. There's no such. If we spend $1 anywhere for you to work, then you can hire someone. If you can't find nothing to do, me and Ms. Parker personally find them something to do. We see this every day.
Chair Hurlock?
Every day. There's something for them to do. If you say it's not, then there's nothing for you to do.
Thank you,
I'm
Commissioner
serious.
Washington. Chair Hurlock.
I had more of a technical question. During my briefing, I'd asked that the term underneath the terms for the amendments, that the dates be added. I didn't see them added. If they could be added for the amendment, the annual extensions, so that it actually says through December 31st of 2027. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we'll work on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you,
If-
commissioners.
Thank you. If there are no additional comments from the commissioners, Eric will present item number 4 that reads as follows: authorization to award a contract to Ideal Heating in the amount of $2,448,469 for the replacement of steam boilers at Trumbull Park Homes.
Yes, Commissioners, again, good morning. This is authorization to enter into a contract to replace the steam boilers at Trumbull Park. Leonard Langston, our Deputy Chief of Property, will present this item, and we also have our contractor here.
Mr. Usher?
For additional questions. Leonard?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The request is an authorization to enter into a contract for the replacement of steam boilers at Trumbull Park Homes in the amount of $2,448,469. The Trumbull Park Home boilers are 15 years old. They're currently at the end of their useful life. There are 43 boilers across the 12 boiler rooms on campus that provide heat to the property, and 14 were replaced in 2023. This item addresses the remaining 29 boilers, heating boilers for that campus. The solicitation was issued last November with responses due in December. Ideal Heating was the lowest responsible bidder. Ideal Heating will satisfy the MW and DBE compliance goal through direct participation utilizing 2 subcontractors. Urban Excellence, for which we have a representative here today, as well as National Installation, Inc., and we have a representative from them here today as well. The Section 3 compliance will be met by using Urban Excellence for that 10% Section 3 business concern. And I will stop here for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions? Commissioner Washington.
These boilers at Trumbull Park, the heat and hot water.
This item is just for heat
Or when will they be installed to be put in?
this year
What month?
by September.
Or the summer months was warm. Okay, they gonna put in for the heat. Then once you put them in for the heat, knowing the situation over there, will they do a flush out of all the radiators that's in the units?
If you'll allow, Ideal Heating is here. If you want to talk through that installation process.
But if they're gonna turn it over, flush out, put in new heaters, then there'll be corrosion, condensation, and bristles in the water. So therefore, they got to go and flush out every unit every unit. Get the sediments out so when the heat do come on in September, October. They won't have that hiss in there. Everybody had to come to get drained.
Mr. Usher,
Yes,
would you please respond with what you're
Sure,
going to be
we
doing?
would work with the engineers there. There's no problem for us to flush it out. There's some
Every unit.
problems with that. We would do whatever the CHA wanted. Sometimes that flushing creates leaks, which wouldn't be in our scope. So if you want us to do that, we'll do it. No problem. Your engineers will know that associated with that, there could come some issues.
And sometimes it creates a leak because you're flushing out all the sediments and the corrosion, the rust that comes out the pipes. When you close it back up, something gets stuck to the pipes. That's why it creates leaks.
All right.
Right. The boilers here at Trumbull are all in the basement. So when we flush things out, which we'll do,
It goes through the system. That's
goes through the system, and by gravity, everything should flush out into the basement. We would routinely at each of the buildings flush
That's
them out.
routine maintenance.
You get started on them, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Once you get started, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
All right.
Thank you.
I dealt with them before, so I know.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone. I've worked for the Chicago Housing Authority. This is my 45th year of doing
Wow.
heating projects. And I've worked everywhere, and I've done a lot. This is the first time I ever got to this room. I've never met a commissioner before. This is an honor. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for coming. Commissioner Parker, you have a question.
So thank you for coming out, and I wish you success on the job. So my question was, when you with the subcontract, so for Urban and National, are they performing all of the work?
No.
When you say 10%, I know.
National is an insulating company, so after we put in the pipes, they'll insulate all the pipes.
Oh,
Urban is our partner. They're furnishing the boilers. They're doing project management, and a big thing they're really good at with us is like in the flushing and stuff. At the end of the job, they do the commissioning to make sure everything is working right.
right. So back to the training, the resident part. So I was just wondering how you plan on using. I know you said you got Section 3 business. How do we include Section 3 residents in this endeavor?
Well, in addition, well, go ahead. In addition to that, we committed to when we met in the reviews a month or two ago, that we would immediately upon getting the contract put up help wanted signs in there for anybody in Trumbull Park who can weld a pipe. We said we'd hire 1 or 2 people.
You said welders, so you're looking for welders and
Welders.
and that's coming from
Now it would come from me, Ideal Heating Company.
right. So then we got Urban. We want to know what the other 2 subcontractors, is they planning on doing any hiring?
They are the contractors.
Or is that,
So the insulator, Henry, he would just have one guy. He'll have his one.
Oh,
we
his
wou-
own
we wouldn't
guy.
be hiring. He'd have his own one guy that would
person.
insulate each boiler as we got to that point.
Okay. I get it.
It's like $1,000 a boiler. It's not a.
I like how you hubbing over them, but could I talk to Urban?
Oh,
Could
sure.
they step up to the mic a little? You protecting your little, your subs, but I just wanted to hear a little bit about Urban, how you got started. Not nothing much, just a little, and
Well, I've been,
congratulations for being part of the contract.
I've been a contractor with CHA for, it's been over 10 years myself. And we both
Can't hear you.
minority owned and Section 3 company, and all of my employees are Section 3 employees.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And that will,
Could you speak into the mic, please?
hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that should, when we perform the project management part of the project and when we perform the commission of the project, our Section 3 employees that's on staff will be part of that process.
Oh, thank you for making sure that that's done. And we got national. Would you be over there doing?
Yeah, we have subcontractors, and we've been doing work as a subcontractor for with CHA for a while with mechanical contractors. So mainly we use union workers, and most of the time will be minority within the South Side area.
So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Harris, you had a question?
Yes. My question is, I understand that we have 43 boilers across the board, right?
29 boilers.
No.
Oh, you have
Total,
43.
total in the
The
buildings.
total is 43, and we have 29 boilers that have to be completed, that are yet to be completed.
Correct.
Okay. My question is, when will they be completed?
Well, we want to get started as soon as we can get a notice from you guys. We'll get the boilers ordered maybe even the same day, with our goal to be done in September for the upcoming heating season. And you have a few buildings now, 3 buildings where the boilers aren't working at all, and you've got rental boilers there. So we could start in those rooms even before the heating season ends this year, if we could get the boilers soon enough. We're going to get started really quickly to get done in September.
Thank you. Chair Hurlock, you had a question?
One other thing I
Oh,
want to
I'm
ask
sorry.
too. In general, what is the condition of our boilers throughout our portfolio? Do we have any idea? The conditions of our
General
boilers
condition
throughout
of the boilers throughout.
our
Well,
portfolio?
the ones you put in this last year are great. The ones you're replacing, I can't speak for sure, but maybe a third of them have already failed and aren't working, or they're failing quickly, and they're kind of failing uniformly. So while you had 3 this last year that aren't working, really that's like 12 boilers, 3 sites. They're all in pretty rough shape, and it's a good thing that you're replacing them now.
Well, I'd just like to have a portfolio of seeing what our shapes of our boilers are.
Commissioner Harris, if I might, we can look into that and provide you an update.
Across the portfolio.
Yeah, across the portfolio. I don't know that this gentleman can answer that question. but-
Mr. Usher, what is the anticipated lifespan of one of these new boilers?
So a lot has to do with how you maintain them.
Well, we're going to maintain them perfectly. So what is the anticipated lifespan?
20 or 25 years.
Thank you. And what is the energy savings on a new boiler compared to the old pieces we are replacing? Yes.
You're going from 80% when the old ones were
Efficiency.
put in that are now probably operating at 60%
Yeah.
to 85%
Thank you.
efficiency.
Chair Hurlock.
Yeah, I just had a question. I think you mentioned earlier that you have a long relationship with the CHA.
Sure.
You said 45 years?
I first worked at Abla Homes in a ditch, putting in underground steam lines.
Okay, well, thank you for your longevity and partnering with the CHA. And I do want to commend that you are definitely meeting your MBE numbers with direct participation by subs. That's all commendable. I do want to say that, one, I do want to make note that you mentioned something. This is the first time you've ever been before the commissioners and met the commissioners. We don't want that ever to happen again, because partners with us are partnering with us to make sure that our families are served, that our families are hired, and that we not only look at housing families, but actually employing families. And so I will say, honestly, when we were in the debriefing, I asked how come those two subs weren't actually bidding for the job themselves if they have longevity. One day when you're ready retired, we want those subs to be able to actually bid this job and get that job, or before you actually retire, because we want them to not only be able to sub with you, but actually be able to actually bid the job themselves as well.
For sure. And again, thanks for inviting me.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
More than welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington, yes.
Either one of your subs, I know that young man. Either one of your subs a public housing resident. And when being a public housing resident, when I say Section 3, I speak of public housing residents. Everybody else say Section 3, they speak of low income. You're doing work on public housing property. So when I say Section 3, I mean hire one of us or some of us. The subcontract's okay, but what about us? Because our needs, you have a contract. My Section 3 is hiring public housing residents. I don't know about no one else.
Thank you for that comment.
And I'm gonna pay attention, so if you ain't gonna hire a resident, that, I don't care if contracts are not hiring public housing residents, when they finish that contract, I'm gonna make it my business, make sure that's their last contract. And you can take that to the bank.
Yeah, well, we're committed to trying to find, like I said, a welder. If we can, we'll
need
get
more
at that
than-
right away.
Everybody, I need a welder, I need a carpenter. You need more than that. I watch the work that's being done on this contract every day. You got to carry material, you got to clean up this and that. Everybody holler professions. That ain't the way it go. Every contractor, I watch the work they do. They say they need this person, but they forgot this person over they need a resident could have had that position. Same thing with roofers and everyone. Stop. You've been around too long not to know. You might have gotten away with it, but I ain't
No, we
taking
did
no
an
more
underground
prisoners.
job at Armour Square, and we had a resident there from there the entire job, every hour. There was 3 people working. One of them was a
My
resident.
Section 3 is, for anyone, my Section 3 is a public housing resident. I don't care if anybody else came out a resident. If my resident's working, I can borrow $1 dime from him. If a Section 3 is working, I can't borrow nothing from them because they don't live on my property. I don't know them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, yeah,
Commissioner
last-
Parker, one
yeah.
last comment.
One last thing. I just wanted to say, I just thank you for your demeanor, and it seemed like you're willing to work with us, and you're happy to be working with us. And so I just didn't want you to leave here thinking that we don't, even though you're getting paid, but we still appreciate the work and appreciate you subcontracting with our local vendors. So thanks again for coming out.
Absolutely. I second that. Thank you.
Thank all 3 of you guys. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
No additional comments or questions
Yes,
on
I
item
want to
4?
share.
Oh, I'm
I do
sorry.
agree with the Commissioner Washington that we do want to see more of our residents have those jobs. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. If there are no additional questions or comments now, I'd like to move on to item number 5, the authorization to extend housing assistance payments for Rosa Park Apartments, Casa Morales, and Casa Maravilla Apartments. Item 5 will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief Housing Choice Voucher Officer.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Cheryl. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Before you is a recommendation to extend 3 existing project-based voucher contracts assisting 50 families and units. HUD regulations allow a maximum of 40-year HAP contract through extensions, and the additional 25-year extensions will allow these properties to continue to offer affordable housing to applicants from CHA's wait lists. Today, we are presenting, as stated, Rosa Parks Apartments, which is 26 family PBV units, Casa Morelos, which has 9 family PBV units, and Casa Maravilla, which has 15 PBV units for seniors 62 and over. We have partners from Bickerdike here with us today, as well as the Resurrection Project. And we're happy to take your questions, Carrie and I, or any of our partners.
Thank you. Good morning, Carrie. Commissioners, do we have questions on these?
I had a question.
Yes, Commissioner Washington.
It's an old forthcoming question. When you say we take people from these are family and senior and whatever housing, you say take people on the wait list. We have residents now on the south side, across 35th Street, that have to downsize. Why can't we now with Access Square offer them some of these units? Some want to go north, but we're taking people off the wait list. If I'm already a public housing resident, why can't I go into some of these units? Why can't I be transferred? Why bring people in to reap some of the better benefits that you had to offer now when I done lived in CHA for the last 20, 30 years in the shithole? So why can't it be done? And I've asked this question before.
So last year, CHA changed the waitlist process, and public housing applicants can now apply on the PBV waitlist. So they absolutely can apply for housing.
These are units that are not occupied. That's not what I'm saying is. CHA have a transfer, administrative transfer, and a rather legislative transfer. Why can't we be transferring some of these units? Some of those folks on that wait list go into units we coming out of.
Commissioner Washington, aren't these existing, they're occupied units right now, if I read it correctly?
Some of them are occupied, some of them are not, and some is being built from the ground up. And it's always like that.
These are all existing units.
I have residents now that have to downsize from 3 to 1. They want to go north. They step told ain't nothing north. So why pull out the wait list when I should be given the opportunity?
So again, that's a transfer from Section 8 to Section 9. These are different funding streams. So they would need to get on the wait list. There is no transfer currently from PBV to voucher unless it's a VAWA circumstance. We don't have a mechanism to do that. But as Carrie and Commissioner Bertanke have mentioned, these are units that are existing and they are fully occupied. So there's no space for them to get in, but they can at this time if they would like to get on a wait list. So that is the best that I can offer you this morning, Commissioner.
Look, I like you a little bit.
Thank
I like you a lot. We're going to work on that.
Okay, 'cause I was just going to say something, but I like you a little bit.
Okay.
So thank you for the, I'm sorry.
No.
Yes, Commissioner Parker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like you said, these are existing units. Are there like any like upgrades to the building, or we just renewing a HAP contract that's, like you said, it's already
We're just
existing?
renewing our HAP.
Say that again?
We're extending the existing HAP contracts.
Right, but like we do, I guess we do inspections and stuff to make sure that these units are.
We do. All project-based vouchers are inspected annually. 20% of the units are inspected every year. And then if there's a failure of more than 50% of those inspected, then we inspect every project-based voucher in that building.
Right, so I'm seeing that these are only percentages, like 1/4 for the building is probably
These
got
are all
HAP contract.
25% of the buildings.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll say 1/4. Ain't that
It's the
25%
same.
equal
It's
1/4?
exactly the same.
Oh, I
Exactly the
thought I
same.
did my- Okay, so I'm thanks for making sure that we like I say continue to provide housing opportunities for
Yes.
Chicagoans and residents.
All right.
For their
Any
contribution.
other questions?
Ooh.
Hearing none. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Carrie.
One more.
Sorry we didn't have questions for you, but thank you for coming.
Can they at least
Thank you,
introduce
Commissioner.
themselves since they
please
came?
do.
Oh, Mr.
All right.
Nicolai, say something.
Michael, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, just want to say it seems like yesterday when this contract was approved for Rosa Parks Apartments 15 years ago. CHA has been a fantastic partner. Residents have been great for this project. It's a project in West Humboldt Park that was Illinois' first green gold LEED certified building. So we're very excited that CHA residents have been able to take advantage of environmentally sustainable housing that's really high quality. And we look forward to the continued partnership.
How is the green roof doing?
Doing fantastic. TPO. It's not a coating. It's actually integral in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
modified roofs are great too. I don't want to say anything bad to my friends for Ideal that are doing modified roofs. We got 140 roofs that are throughout our portfolio that are mixed. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Commissioner
So-
Parker.
You know, I'm just a Section 3 queen, or you know what I mean? So Bickerdike been around for a long time. Do you have any residents employed with you?
We absolutely do. We've had residents from our buildings, some which are in CHA units that have been on our staff. Currently, I'm not sure if there are right now, but we have a long history of hiring from the community. We have a local preference in the community. We're community-based, 100% community-based organization. We've been around for nearly 60 years now.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I have Kavina. Are you up there? Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Kavina Bernal. I'm the Vice President of Property Management and Risk Management with the Resurrection Project.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anyone have questions?
I do want to say we have a small, only 25% of our units are assisted with the CHA, but the neighborhood around us is gentrifying. So the importance of renewing these contracts are imperative because we want to keep local community in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least,
Hi, I'm Leticia Hernandez, and I'm the Director of Property Management for the Resurrection Project.
good morning, Leticia.
And thank you for extending the contract with us. We're looking forward to continue to do our partnership with you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Matanke, I do also want to point out that we have the president of Bickerdike Development here, Joy, if you can stand. So thank you for coming.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Next item for consideration by this committee is item 7, authorization to take actions necessary for the closing of Lathrop 1C.
Commissioner Matanke,
Did I miss
item number
something?
6.
Ooh. I got it. Thank you, Lee. Next item on the agenda is item number 6, authorization to execute housing assistance payment contracts for 1237 California Apartments, 2629 Fletcher Apartments, 3305 Division Apartments, 3959 Lincoln Apartments, Heart of Uptown Apartments, and Prairie District Apartments. Cheryl, you're up again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, look at the people that have come to speak to us.
We have so many partners. So before you is a recommendation to assign 139 project-based vouchers to 5 different developments. CHA's PBV commitment will expire on December 31st, 2025, should any project not obtain funding approvals. We have 1237 California Apartments. This is a new construction investment, and they will bring 18 new family units. We have partners from Hispanic Housing here with us today. Do we want to go one by one? And
I
do
think
you have
I think
questions?
they should introduce themselves quickly. Hispanic Housing, please. Who's here?
Steve?
Morning, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, everybody else. Good morning. My name is Steven Porras. I work for Hispanic Housing Development Corporation. I am the Vice President for Development, basically in charge of ground-up development, although I do have one project in Puerto Rico right now. So this is the what I'd like to call the little sister to 1203 North California, which was also supported by the Chicago Housing Authority and celebrated a naming of of that property not so long ago, and we were graced by CEO Scott at that event. We are very proud of this development, and we're looking forward to a continued partnership with the Chicago Housing Authority.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And 3305 Division Apartments, there are 20 units with a preference for veterans and persons with disabilities. And we've got team members from Full Circle Communities and Lucha.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nikita McCoy. I am with Full Circle Communities. I'm a project manager and looking forward to working with the CHA on this deal. Full Circle Communities is definitely committed to permanent supportive housing, and we put back 75% of our economics into resident services. So we are really committed to making sure that our residents are served, are enhanced for what they need, and that we are supporting them in their endeavors.
Nikita,
And we-
how many units does Full Service have in its portfolio?
We have about a little over 1,000. 2,500? I'm off.
Wow. You lost a lot of
2,500.
people there.
Yeah. And then this
Commissioner
is my co-developer on the deal.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. It's an honor to be here. Lincoln Center, Director of Community Development here at Lucha. Lucha is a community-based developer in the Humboldt Park area. We've been around for more than 40 years, and this is a great continuation. We're looking forward to this partnership to bring some permanent affordable housing, permanent supportive housing to the neighborhood. CHA has partnered with us on our HPR preservation deal, which opened last year. We were really excited to preserve studio units. And what this project is going to do is complement that. It's only 1 block away on Division Street. It's going to bring family units, which is the great need that our community partners come to us and ask time again. Can you create 2-bedroom units? Can you create 3-bedroom units? So this development will be a great complement to our existing HPR preservation building. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next.
3959 Lincoln Apartments. This will be CHA's first development to assist survivors of gender-based violence. And here today, we have partners from Brenshaw, Apnagar, and the Chicago Metropolitan Battered Women's Network.
Wow. Hi.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Roan, and I'm a senior vice president at Brenshaw Development, and I'm here with my partner. Introduce yourself.
Morning, everyone. My name is Neha Gill. I'm the executive director of Apnagar. We've been providing housing for about 30 years in the Chicago area to survivors of gender-based violence, but this will be our first project with the CHA, so we're really, really excited about it. Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, Commissioner Parker.
So you guys are committing all of your units, all 64. That's the total number of the bill, huh?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner, or comments? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Heart of Uptown will preserve 25 units for CHA families, and we have partners from POA and from Voice of the People.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Day, Senior Real Estate Project Manager for Preservation of Affordable Housing, which is a national nonprofit that has a footprint of about 2,000 units here in Chicago. And I'm joined with my partner. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pedro Morales with Voice of the People in Uptown. Well, we've been serving the people and the financially challenged individuals in Uptown for over 55 years. Our organization is one of the remaining organizations where our board is majority tenants. And at this time, we are currently fighting to preserve the affordable housing in a rapidly developing neighborhood, which is Uptown. And our focus is to prevent displacement of the people that we serve at all costs.
Thank you.
And Heart of Uptown, just our request for additional PBV that we hope that you will approve today is in the context of a 103-unit extensive rehab that will preserve the long-term affordability and quality of 103 units in Uptown. Thank you.
Perfect.
And Prairie District Apartments will bring 12 new family units, and we have partners from Mercy Housing Lakefront.
Good morning, commissioners, and all. Edgar Flagg, Vice President, Mercy Housing Lakefront. We're thankful for these vouchers to be part of Prairie District Apartments. It's really part of 150 units of development that's happening in the South Loop, Alderman Dow's ward, where we're going to preserve 100 studio units of existing vulnerable low-income individuals and then build 50 new family units. Your units are going to be in the family building, a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units, and we look forward to getting this going.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that it?
Wow. I got a question for Cheryl. Could I ask Cheryl?
Please.
So Cheryl, you said a lot of these is like just supportive housing, so they come with wraparound services.
So on the supportive housing programs, the 3305 division where it has a supportive housing mission, and then the one on Lincoln will be for gender-based, and there'll be wraparound supportive housing.
What about the VASH?
BASH?
Yeah, was this some of these?
This is veterans, not BASH. BASH was last.
Oh, okay.
When we say gender-based, is that abuse?
It includes domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking.
Wow.
Oh.
Thank you.
We just thank y'all for y'all commitment to providing this sort of housing for people, for Chicago, in general, because we know our
It's
people,
hard.
they out there, and it's hard, and somebody that's reaching back out to care.
Mhm.
And CHI, thank y'all for Carrie and Cheryl for the commitment to keep us abreast and let us continue to offer these units, especially even in these beautiful neighborhoods, like say Prairie District. I wish I could apply for that. You know what I mean? But this is beautiful housing and beautiful location, so thank all you guys for coming.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Question, Commissioner.
Yes, there's a question. Yes, Megan.
Cheryl, can you explain the contingency on this? Because this is in, and why is the HAP going in first before other secured financing?
The application is stronger with the commitment of the vouchers. This allows them 2 funding cycles through the end of next year. If you notice that 1237 had that commitment, they were unable to secure the financing, but now have identified that. So we're asking the board to recommit the vouchers for 1237. What we don't want to do, and the board has taken up in the past, is making a long-term commitment that goes nowhere, and then we can't assign the vouchers to a new project. So this allows the opportunity to find out which projects are viable.
What was the problem with the financing last year?
Everything got really expensive, and so they had to go back to the IDA and the city to secure additional funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
not unusual.
So the source of funding,
Has been identified. They're going through the IDA
yeah,
process
that wasn't my
now.
question. The source of funding for these projects is solely tax credit? Is that what we're,
In most cases, I mean, there's other smaller funds. It's tax credits, home funds, depending on what the city and IDA bring forward. Most of them bring in Federal Reserve Bank. It's a mixed portfolio. Some of the projects are doing the twin financing. You'll see that with the 4% and 9%. It's not easy to do affordable housing today, as you know.
so the cycle for tax credits is October for IDA and next year, 2025 for the city,
The city.
correct?
And IDA.
And
is
another round
annual.
of IDA.
Another round of IDA.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you all for coming today. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for having us.
Lee, may I go on to item number 7 now?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. The next item for consideration by this committee is item number 7, authorizing to take actions necessary for the closing of Lathrop 1C. This item will be presented by Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer. Morning, Ann.
Good morning. And thank you for finally getting to number 7. We are so pleased to be here today. I'm Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer. With me is Anthony Alvarez, Senior Development Manager, who has been working on Lathrop for quite some time. Today is another phase. We're working towards CHA's strategic goal to house more people. I'm presenting this board action to move forward with actions necessary for the closing of the next phase of Lathrop Phase 1C. As background, the CHA has been working with a development team led by Related Midwest and Bickerdike, their partner, since 2010 to redevelop the Lathrop site. As you just heard, funding affordable housing is difficult and takes time. So we are so excited to be bringing you this gut rehab to the rest of the buildings to maintain the historic outsides of those buildings and the historic grounds of those buildings. To remind you, we had 2 phases already of Lathrop. So to date, there has been Lathrop 1A, which closed in 2017 and completed construction in 2019. And the next phase was Phase 1B, which closed in 2021, and construction was just completed last year. So far, if you are in that area of the city, which is at Damon and Diversey, you will see that north of Diversey, all of the buildings have been rehabilitated, and they are fully leased. And then 2 buildings south of Diversey have been completed, as well as one of our most popular senior buildings south of Diversey. So the Lathrop site is pretty complete, but what's exciting about this is going to finish those vacant buildings with a rehab. The development plan has been shared with the working group. Thank you to our partners who've done a good job with that. They've shared with the Central Advisory Council. They've had community meeting even just last week with residents. And we are excited about this plan, which involves the authority loaning up to $37 million for the development. There is a donation of land, which is in order to achieve the Illinois Affordable Housing Tax Credits. That's standard on our transactions. A 75-year lease. Just to remind you, our leases are no longer 99 years. And then there is some clarification on our partners. So our partners now are Related and Bickerdike. There has been a removal of Heartland Housing. This phase will deliver 309 mixed income units. That is a large, large phase. 121 for CHA families, 92 other affordable, and 96 market. This is a gentrifying or gentrified community, and it's very important to bring affordable housing to this neighborhood. With me today are the CEO of Bickerdike, Joy Arguete, and I always do that to your name, and I apologize, and the Senior Vice President for Related Midwest, Sarah Wick. Do you have any questions for us, please?
Commissioners, do you have questions? Yes, Commissioner Washington. First up.
Welcome. And so you did the first half of Lathrop. Are you planning to make some changes? Although I read them, on see if you know what changes y'all gonna make when it comes to the heating and utilities.
Yes. So are we making changes to the heat and utilities?
Yes.
So in Phase 1C, we right off the bat will not be doing the bill back program that we have attempted to do in the phases 1A and 1B. In phases 1A and 1B, we are at this moment working to make that change. We're having a meeting with residents, I think it's April 11th, to inform them about that change, which is basically that the property will pay for the heat and cooling, and that
In all units?
in all units, and the utility allowance that covers the heat and cooling will be removed from the utility allowance. I'm happy to explain why that is. So we installed a variant refrigerant flow system at these buildings, in part because they utilize a copper line, which means we don't have to install these ducts throughout the properties, because we were using, and I should be very clear, this is only in the rehab buildings. So in our new construction buildings, that's a pretty conventional forced air furnace in all the units. But with the VRF system, there isn't direct metering to each of the units. The usage all comes back to, they call them cassettes, they're in the basement, but each of those cassettes provides the heat and cooling to a number of units. So then we have to rely on software, and we have to bill back residents, and it has not been a good experience for either our property management company or the residents. So in this next phase, we have just, in this next phase, the property pays for the heat and cooling, and the utility allowance right off the bat will reflect that, that system.
Thank you for explaining.
Okay, I have one more thing to say. And I really don't mean to be upset, but I get emotional about these things. We said that we started rehabbing Lathrop in 2017, and this the third phase now. Okay, everything on the other side of 35th Street, and I got to say this, so you all don't see it, but maybe y'all will get it. On the other side of 35th Street, we started rehabbing that stuff in 2000, and we only been on our third phase. 17, third phase, 2000, third phase. I keep saying something's wrong with this picture, and I'm not going to keep saying it. Things got to change. There's a difference between the north side, the south side, the white side, the black side. Let's be for real. Nothing is happening. We need to change that. And also, we give developers money, we give them loans. Some of this money we're giving them, personally, it can be used in traditional public housing. Nothing has been done with traditional public housing. If we give, not talking about, it's not just you, Bickerdike, it's everyone. If we give them a contract every 3 years to rebuild or what have you, every time we give y'all, you all the tax credits, the city, the infrastructure, the CHA, you all don't put that much money out. But y'all put it to it. I can put it in out of my pocket. You don't put that much money. You should be earning some type of revenues in order to finance your own stuff the next time. We can't finance you year after year. That means you laughing all the way to the bank, and the traditional public housing is suffering. This is only for you all. Everybody's coming up with money year after year after year. So what are you partnering? What are you living off of? What are you doing? The agents, the companies.
Thank you.
Everybody's doing something, but we are not doing enough for traditional housing. We've fallen apart.
Chair Scott, CEO Scott, would you care to comment on the length of time that it has taken to work on the south side?
Right, and Anne mentioned this in her opening remarks. I just want to clarify. So we signed the development agreement with Related Midwest and partners in 2010. The first phase of Lathrop was not closed until 2017. So it was 7 years after the agreement was signed. And then it opened, the first phase opened in 2019. And then the last phase opened in less than 9 years in 2023. And so I do also want to add another clarifying point here. This phase includes both rehab and new construction. And that's a really important point. One, the historic rehab has been part of some of the delays around this because we needed to abide with the historic preservation guidance. And so this will include some historic rehab as well as new buildings. And that's really important in the community because the new buildings will provide accessible units, which has been a difficult, well, almost impossible to do with the historic rehab. And so we're really excited about the fact that we'll have more accessible units on this site. And so this phase includes both the rehab and new buildings to get 309 units.
And it will include getting rid of the graffiti that I see every time I drive?
Yes.
Yes. It is going to take it. It's going to be hard, but we are going to get rid of that.
I admire the people who climb those heights, but it's not a wonderful thing to see. One question. You mentioned donation of land, Anne. What are we donating?
Every one of our deals is a long-term ground lease.
Yes.
Those ground leases can be defined as a donation for purposes of the Illinois
Equity.
Affordable Housing Tax Credit. So we receive equity from the Illinois Affordable
So
Housing
it's
Tax
not,
Credit.
it's not that we're giving it
The
away
land is
forever.
not leaving. We will still have a ground lease, and it will be returned to the CHA. There are other reversions in that ground lease that protect the CHA and the CHA residents.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, what's the mix like when you talk about percentages like Bickerdike? What's the ownership mix? Do CHA still? I know you saying we own the land, but we leasing it to them for 75 years. Is that what you're saying?
CHA will be leasing the land for 75 years. We'll be participating in the cash flow and in the developer fee and in the ownership.
So our ownership interest between Bickerdike and Related has been Bickerdike. Bickerdike is now at 40%, Related at 60%.
And you guys think y'all can handle it with all the drop off of the other partners? Y'all.
We
gonna be
most
able to
definitely
Y'all
can.
gonna be able to bankroll it.
I think they will do a better job without that other partner.
Yes, we can handle it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
I just want to
Commissioner
know,
Harris.
will this be the final phase of redevelopment for Lathrop?
Is this it?
So no, this isn't the final phase, but what this does allow us to do is stabilize the South Campus. So the point about the graffiti and gaining access to buildings has become a problem. So this phase allows us to ensure that we have no more of those conditions left, but we will, we need to bring back a total of 400 public housing units. This phase allows us to achieve 301 public housing units. So we still have some additional buildings to build in the future that will then allow us to get to the full 400
Will those be
public
north
housing
or
units.
south of Diversity?
They'll be south, so they'll be intermixed within the South Campus.
So, and
Yes.
I'm assuming a disposition application already been submitted to her because I see demolition.
So there is no disposition application when it's RAD. It's just a
Oh.
technical,
We could just demo
but
the
we have
building.
to do all of our RAD applications with HUD. And no, we do that after we get your authority to do that. So we
So
will
we
be
we demolishing buildings at Lathrop because we don't want the residents coming in and saying they tearing down our buildings. So and they're not giving
the
us.
demolition will be for that accessible building.
Okay.
Because that is the parcel where that will be, and then so that will happen at the same time as the construction. We will not be demolishing ahead of construction.
I'm saying demolishing period.
We are demolishing 3 buildings for this development.
Do you have any ideas of what you're going to do with the graffiti building? What are the
So there's
creative
actually graffiti
solutions?
on a lot of the buildings south of Diversey, but so the
Power
powerhouse.
building, yes.
We don't because this project is eligible for historic tax credits, and the entire site is a national registered district. We need to. We're using the historic tax credit equity to stabilize the exterior, and then we will be working to figure out
Climbing gym?
we will be working to figure out what kind of tenant has the capital to provide the build out on the inside.
That matches the community, the needs of our residents.
They need exercise.
Look, Ann, I just feel like in that area too, graffiti is part of the historic too. So I mean, maybe we can get them a wall to do their graffiti on. That way they won't be putting it on our buildings. Could we get a little wall so they just a graffiti wall?
There are a lot of buildings along the red line still. Let's let people.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner? Yes, Commissioner Washington.
2 things. As you all know, this gentleman in the front row getting upset is Mr. Robinson Davis. He was the LAC president, chose Bickerdike as their developer. So you can talk to him later. No, you can't talk. You can't talk. I'm just no. The time, but I'm still upset. But I'm just waiting for one more time. Then I'll be over with. But you deal with tandem care. You have residents. Residents always complain over that. When you start your process, I have tandem care to hire some residents. I don't need them calling the CAC office or doing other things, but if they should call again, then folks, here's the road. You need to hire some nature residents. There's plenty of residents that's willing to work, that have worked. Because tandem care have a problem with them, then you can't pick and choose. You got to treat everybody equal. And all that makes was equality.
Yeah, so we are in both 1A and 1B. I think that we did a great job with Section 3, but
No,
where
there's
we
a lot of
Commissioner Washington, we will do a much better job in 1C is targeting Lathrop residents. So to be clear, I think we worked within the Section 3 system and met our goals, but we had a smaller number of Lathrop residents than we would have hoped for. So we are starting that process now to figure out and try to get residents, the residents that we know that want to participate, work with them now to make sure they're able to work on the next phase.
Without turning them away. Even, they are good workers, but if they see something going wrong, they open their mouth. They find a way, tandem care, find a way to get rid of them.
Okay.
Everybody ain't gonna work under being depressed. They gotta go let the masses depress them either, so they gonna open their mouth. You can't get rid of them as long as they doing their job. Everybody don't play Simon Says.
And
I hear you.
Commissioner Parker,
Have you guys selected a general contractor as of yet?
We haven't, so we're going to start that process now.
thank you. Okay. Hearing no further
I
questions.
would just like to ask, can we hear from the president?
Oh, the president of Bickerdike.
Joy, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, thanks for considering the project today. We're, I think, really pleased to be moving this forward, and I think the residents will also be very pleased to have a safer campus on the south side of the site. And this is a long time coming, and I think it'll bring a lot of stability for the residents that live there and provide. There's a community room in this phase that I think will be really exciting and allow our community engagement work to expand and serve the residents at the site. And I think this has been such a success so far, and we
beautiful.
look forward to Phase 1C being adding to that success.
I'm a little bit out of touch, but years ago, my son had a birthday party in the community center around there. Is that gone?
The Boys and Girls Club?
Boys and Girls Club.
Boys and Girls Club is still there. CHA
Oh, yeah.
rehabbed it a few years ago.
It's we do a lot of activities in there, and but it's small, and they use the space too. So we're always competing for space. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And it's a beautiful project.
Mm-hmm.
Or as my father would say, it's a beautiful development. We don't build projects. Thank you, everybody. Commissioners, we did not receive any requests from the public for commentary on today's committee items. I will therefore present.
Commissioner Matanki.
I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry. Item number 8.
It's a new.
I have that in my book. I don't have it in my speech. There we go. All right. I got it. Just so excited by the beautiful development. If there are no additional questions or comments on item number 7, we will move on to the last item of today's committee agenda, item number 8, authorization to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago Department of Administration hearing. Item 8 will be presented by Ellen Harris, Chief Legal Officer. Not as exciting as real estate.
Of course it is.
Oh. All right. Ellen, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Under our admissions and occupancy policy, tenants have rights and for grievance on certain matters. And in order to inform you of the details of this, our deputy, Elizabeth Silas, for policy will take you through it.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is an intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Administrative Hearings to hold our CHA grievances, our formal grievance process. It is a $75,000 for a 3-year contract with a 2-year option. We've been working with the Department of Administrative Hearings to hold our formal grievance hearings for approximately 20 years. The hearing officers in this matter were picked by the Chicago Housing Authority in conjunction with the Central Advisory Council. So the hearing officers that hear these matters were chosen by both parties. The hearings cost approximately $4.15 per case. We are budgeting to have approximately 35 to 36 cases per year. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, but we always want to make sure that we have enough money to cover those requests. These grievance hearings cover residents who live in our public housing, traditional housing, our mixed income, and in our RAD projects. And if there are any other questions, I can answer them.
Ask a
Yes,
question?
Commissioner Parker.
We got two, and I know the hearing officers are non-biased. They don't take sides. They just in the middle. But after the hearing, is that it? Do our residents get to go on the court, or do the hearing officers make the final decision as to?
Based on what the hearing is about, so if it is involving someone being terminated from the housing program, once the hearing officers made a decision, if they rule in the resident's favor, then we move forward with taking the steps that the hearing officer has requested to take with that resident. If the hearing officer rules in favor of the termination, then that case would still go to the circuit court for filing, and the case would happen there.
So how much success? What percentage do I'm not saying CHA lose or the residents win, but what percentage is really still followed up through eviction? I'm just trying to see. The price is fair, but I'm trying to see what's the benefit for the residents. I know having a case heard, but is any of them successful with winning a case?
Well, the way they're set is hearings can be more than just an eviction process. It could be in the fact that the resident may be having an issue with the calculation of their rent, and they need to have that straightened out. So if it cannot be straightened out at the first level, which is an informal hearing that the resident can have with the property management team or with the property and asset management team, they try to work out the issue at an informal hearing level. If they cannot reach an agreement and work out those process, then it goes to formal hearing. The hearing officer at that point would make a decision on whether or not the calculation, for example, if it's rent, the calculation was correct. And if the calculation is correct, then we would work with the resident to make sure that they know what their monthly rent is and to continue to pay the rent. If the hearing officer rules based on everything that's been presented to them by the resident and by the CHA or the property management team that's presenting that information, then we will go back with the resident and work out with them to make sure that their numbers are correct. And if there's any payment plans or anything that's needed in that process to bring the family whole, then we will work with them with that. The hearings
Commissioners?
are approximately, I would say, a 50-50. Sometimes CHA wins and sometimes CHA loses. Sometimes the resident wins, sometimes the resident loses. But overall, once we get those decisions, we still try to work with the family before we go to the next step, either resolving the issue or unfortunately having to do an eviction.
What is the waiting time to get a hearing?
The grievance process is scheduled that once the residents had their informal hearing, they have 15 days to request that hearing, that formal grievance hearing. Once that information is received in the Office of the General Counsel, we immediately process it over to the Department of Administrative Hearings. They're the ones that handle sending out the notification for the hearings. They try to do that within 21 days, and they must give the resident at least a 7-day notice for when their hearing is scheduled. Both parties, if there's a problem with that hearing date, they can reach out to the department directly, work out a date to move that hearing if necessary.
So it could go as quickly as a month.
Yes.
But
And
what-
it could take longer, depending on what happens. So we have had where the resident is unavailable on that date, so we've agreed to switch to another date, and vice versa. There's something that's come up where either the attorney that's handling that matter or the resident has something, and we try to work those dates out. The department works with us on changing those dates so that everyone can participate in their hearing. Once that hearing is held, the department has 3 to 5 business days to write their decision. If they cannot get it done in 3 to 5 business days, they have to send out a letter to let everybody, all parties know that they're asking for a small continuance, which is up to another 5 business days. But they usually get their decisions out within 3 to 5 business days.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington, you had a question?
You didn't mention Section 8.
The Section 8 program is set up a little bit differently. They have their informal hearings with presenters that are here at the authority, along with hearing officers that are contracted directly with the authority. So those informal hearings are held here, and if there is a win on that side, then the person continues to keep their voucher. If there is a loss on that matter, then that participant in the program has a right to go to the Chancery Court and ask that their matter be reviewed directly with the Chancery Court.
But
So
they are still given the same
They do not go
forms.
through this process. The
Forms.
residents that live in RAD units, the project-based RAD units that we finance, they do have the right to use this grievance procedure, but the voucher program has a different structure, being in Section 8 versus Section 9.
Is there a reason we don't use this structure for the vouchers also? Or
When
bring it
the-
in? Is it less expensive for us to do it internally? Is it?
It is actually the reason we started this before we even had an internal process for the voucher side of the program. We started this process with the Department of Administrative Hearing approximately 20 years ago. And at that time, we sat down with them so that we could pick the hearing officers for this matter with the Central Advisory Council and with CHA. So the hearing officers that were chosen back then, there were approximately 14. There are approximately 9 of them still available, and they're the ones that hear specifically these cases. We did not have a hearing process in place for the HCV program with independent hearing officers at the time we put this program in place for our public housing side of the event.
So why didn't we determine to continue with this and expand it?
I beg your pardon?
He said, why wasn't it expanded?
Okay.
But that's private. I mean, I got a private landlord, so CHA own a property, I believe. That's probably why they.
Yeah, just to
And that-
clarify, the regulations don't require a formal grievance process for HCV, but there can be an informal review at any point.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
I just want to know, because I do get calls from residents in terms of, are they familiar? Because a lot of them think when they go to these hearings, like especially it being held almost in a courthouse, that they're already in court. They don't know it's a part 3 or 2 or 4, that they got other options. You know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that CHA is clear with the tenant that's all this is a hearing, even though it's held in what looks like a courthouse. You know what I mean? So
yes,
how
I
do the
understand.
residents, some of them that just can't discern that this is not what this is, do we tell them that this part one of maybe part two, you know, could be more to come?
The grievance procedure is written to explain that, but I've also had a conversation directly with Commissioner Washington, so we are going to look at our grievance procedure document to make sure that it's clearer so that residents do understand exactly how the process works. And so if we need to simplify the language in that, we are looking to do that. I've actually committed to work with Commissioner Washington and the Central Advisory Council to work that out.
I have residents thinking they gotta go after the hearing officer send them a letter like, oh, I gotta move. No, only a judge can make you move, right? So I just wanna make sure
Yes.
that's
If
clear.
if they're actually involved with the termination, you are correct. Once that grievance hearing decision is made, if it says that they will, the notice of termination that they will receive has the right to continue, yes, they still have to go to court. We still would be taking them to court. They would get notified and served with with court papers to go to the Daily Center. The hearings for these matters are held at 2 locations, either on 95th and Jeffrey or 400 North Superior, and the resident chooses which location they want to have the hearing at.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just needed clarity. So I can-
Ms. Parker, it's a long, drawn-out process, but the first step is with the management. Then, if you're not satisfied with the management, then you take a little further. But in dealing with people, I found out most of the time people don't grieve unless they know they're right. Folks ain't right. Folks know they're wrong, they ain't gonna grieve, they ain't even think about it. That's what I've been finding out. And the Central Advisory Council give out grievance forms left and right all day long. If there's a new form for Section 8, then they need to be passed on to the Central Advisory Council because they do work on it, but they remain neutral.
Yes.
And the grievance process started way back when, 83 with Genevieve Brown. They came from the hall. She was stationed at 2641 Drake in the old Grant School, remember?
I beg your pardon?
In 1983, we started the grievance procedure.
Yes, I wasn't here in
She was in
83.
grammar school. Come on.
I wasn't here in 83, but
I helped write the grievance procedure when Genevieve Brown came from the hall.
I wasn't here in 1983. I was here in 93, but not 83.
90
I've been around
83
a
when
while,
they
but not that long.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner Parker.
Sometimes residents feel intimidated. Who from CHA participate in the hearing? Is it just our lawyers? Is it other departments? Who be there?
It depends on what the grievance hearing is about. So if it's involving the property management, then our attorney will be there, but then the property management has to be there as well. And they would be the one presenting the information of what happened and why they're saying what their calculation was or what the reason for the termination is.
Thank you. CEO Scott?
Yes.
Advocate, this commissioner wanted to know, I asked it for him, his mic is off. Do the residents get an advocate, or I know some that had to hire their own lawyers, and that's a good question.
They do have a right to bring their own lawyers. They also
what
have a
about-
right to bring any advocates they want to speak in their behalf.
But
as
they have
well.
to seek that out on their own advocacy?
Yes.
Thank you. CEO Scott?
Yes, I just want to point out on this item that this IGA that the board is being asked to approve is meant to go to city council because it's a city department that was declined last week. And so, but we do want to keep this on the board so that that we can continue to move this forward with the city. Largely because we think this is important to have a third-party grievance procedure in place and for the residents.
I don't understand the declination. What you mean by
It,
decline?
it has to go to city council, so it hasn't gone to the city. It went to the housing committee last week and it was tabled, and so it will go back, but we want to continue to move forward on our side so we can make sure that it moves forward on the city side.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Or for clarification, Liz? So this is set up at, things go to administrative hearing because a resident is requesting them to go to administrative hearing. CHA is not taking cases to administrative hearing
That is correct.
themselves.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, we did not receive any requests from the public for commentary. And Ellen, thank you, and thank you. Appreciate it. I will therefore present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 3, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there a second? All in favor? say aye.
Aye.
Chairman, may I ask for clarification? There was amendment to item number 3, a slight amendment.
Okay, let's go back there. Ah, okay, and with the dates on the contracts to indicate that they're ending December 31st, 2027. May I therefore present the motion with that amendment to item number 3 for a vote? Is there a second to the new motion?
Second, yeah, so moved and second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none. Items 3 through 8, with the amendment to item 3, are approved by unanimous vote. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Are there any nays? The March 19th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning again, and thank you for rejoining today's recess meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. We're now ready to start the business portion of the board meeting. Our board secretary is going to take a roll call to establish quorum.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matanki,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Hurlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 items for consideration and discussion by the full board. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers for items number 1 and 2 will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by board. Item number 1 is the authorization to approve the FY 2023 Moving to Work Annual Report, that will be presented by Jennifer Hoyle, Deputy Chief of Staff. Jennifer?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, submission of an annual report is a requirement of CHA's participation in HUD's MTW demonstration program, and both the content and format are based on HUD guidelines. The annual report provides year-end information regarding CHA's housing portfolios, operations, and finances, as well as key MTW metrics, including the outcomes of our 30 MTW activities, use of MTW single fund flexibility, and compliance with the statutory requirements of the program. The following are some of the highlights from 2023. CHA invested in housing projects that delivered 1,016 units, including 365 CHA units, 470 affordable units, and 181 market rate units. At the end of 2023, there were 1,106 units under construction and scheduled for delivery in the future, including 408 CHA units, 526 affordable units, and 172 market rate units. In addition to the sites currently under construction, CHA engaged in redevelopment activity at Oak and Larrabee Phase 1, Parkside 5, and Ogden Commons A2, with projected closings in 2024. CHA's total capital expenditures were $135.7 million, which included upgrades and repairs at public housing, family, and senior properties, and construction and development at new sites. CHA administered 30 MTW activities, exceeding 60% of the benchmarks for those activities. I specifically wanted to highlight that CHA implemented its home ownership down payment assistance program in 2023, and 15 families purchased homes using this option. An additional 43 families purchased homes using the Choose to Own program. CHA has rebranded its home ownership program as Home Ownership Made Easy to reflect that there are now 2 options to purchase homes. In total, approximately 5,000 households transitioned to self-sufficiency by moving up an AMI category, purchasing a home, complying with CHA's public housing work requirement, or having a positive exit from subsidy. CHA continued to use MTW single fund flexibility to implement a variety of resident services initiatives designed to support residents and improve their quality of life. I'm available to answer any questions.
Commissioners, are there questions? Okay, Commissioner Washington?
Very nice report, and I don't, in real life, real time, it's scattered because I don't see it. I'm looking at traditional housing, I don't see it. I'm looking at units being built, I don't see it. look at the plan for transformation, we've had 21,000 units. Traditional housing have had 21,000 units for the last 10 years. The same, we build and we tear down. We still at 21,000. And since you started doing reports, 21,000 have not changed, have it? Look at
No,
the
the
report.
number of units has gone up as we've added PBV developments and as we've added
That's-
mixed income
That's not
developments.
traditional housing, that's public housing. It's not. Look at the units. Look in the back of your book. Total public housing using 21,000. It haven't changed over 12 years. I looked at each report. Something we calculating wrong or we doing something wrong. Income have went up. Those were temporary jobs. Nobody did retention. Those folks are not working now. It depends on when you do a report and what time of year. That, it looks good, sounds good, but in reality, it ain't happening.
So one of the things,
I don't see it. I'm not looking for it. It's falling on me. I see it every day.
one of the things we're going to be looking at for how we do these reports in the future is that HUD has given agencies more discretion in how we report our outcomes. So one of the things we will be looking at is tracking the outcomes over time instead of just doing like a snapshot at a point in time. So I think in the future that will address some of your questions about how these are playing out over time as we've implemented them.
I know you can't say, but you know, you've been around. You know, I don't see it. Traditional housing, we have been stagnated. Ain't nothing happening but the
I
rent,
believe the C-
if we pay it.
I believe the CEO wants to respond as well.
Right. Jenny, if you could please address the difference between the HUD reporting in terms of public housing and RAD and PBV and how that's reported.
Right. So if you look at the units that have been delivered recently and that are planned for delivery, they're using other funding mechanisms like RAD or the PBV program. So there are more units being added. They're just not being added in that particular bucket. So we've actually increased the number of units over time. It's just not in the public housing category because we're using all of the financing that's available.
I care about the authority as a whole, but I care about the bucket that I live in first.
Right, Commissioner Washington, if I might. So public housing in terms of affordable housing, deeply affordable, 30% AMI, as we, all those definitions. The funding stream is different now. It is RAD that we're using for building our public housing commitments on CHA sites. And so in the HUD reporting, it doesn't appear as public housing in that category because of the way HUD likes it reported, but it is sitting in the voucher side. And so we have seen a net increase of the number of units that are available for families and CHA families, essentially. It just doesn't appear in the numbers that way because of the HUD reporting.
On the traditional side, I don't see any movement in traditional public housing. I don't see no rehab, no nothing going on. We might do apartment over here and apartment over there, but I don't see no major rehab. Apple wouldn't be getting a major rehab if the president had not fought for the rehab that they're getting. That's what I'm saying. This stuff over 20 years old rehab is falling down. It's falling down all around us.
And we've just completed our, many of our rehabs of the senior buildings throughout the portfolio. So I do want to, those appear in the RAD category under the HUD reporting. So that's why it doesn't appear as public housing.
That's what senior housing is, public housing, but that's what RAD is for, to upgrade, to maintain. They took the dollars out of public housing, Section 8, put in RAD, which is another name for site-based. I understand that.
So,
Understand all that. That's why I'm talking. And I'm just tired.
Thank you,
You've done?
Commissioner Washington.
So I
Would-
just wanted to, could I ask a question?
Commissioner Parker.
I just want to again continue to thank CHA for the home ownership program. Jenny, you said 806 participants. What does that mean? Like, is all of them didn't buy homes, or is this a special program that they go through?
So over time, I think the number is actually a little higher because we initially didn't include the people who purchased homes this year. It's actually over the time the program has been implemented, 863 families have purchased homes. This year is the first year where 15 of those families used the down payment assistance option, but previous years it was all choose to own, usually at a rate of about 50 or 60 families a year.
Right.
And I asked you this question, I believe, in the briefing in terms of, this report also talks about 200,000 Chicagoans, those 200,000 folks on the waiting list. And I know that's something that CHA, we can't handle alone. I mean, without HUD funding, without other partners, how do we put a dent in that waiting list? Because it's a lot of people just feel like they just sitting on the waiting list and can't be housed. A lot of us is not moving out, so I want you to address a little bit of how our programs that we set up at CHA that we don't speak about a lot, or we don't get a lot of credit for, is how we got stuff in place to try to encourage residents to move up and out. But in the meantime, a lot of us stay for all kind of reasons. And then we got 200,000 people still waiting. Is they gonna be waiting forever, or how do we address that?
So one of the things we measure as part of the MTW reporting process is steps that people have taken towards self-sufficiency. So as I mentioned, there were 5,000 people who took a step towards self-sufficiency and potentially moving out of CHA housing. But 83% of our households are in the 0 to 30% AMI bucket. So these steps are incremental and they happen over time. So we track that. And that's one way that housing becomes available for other people. The other way is by delivering more housing, which is what we're doing. As I mentioned, we have more than 1,100 units under construction, and about 2/3 of those are either for CHA residents or affordable. And then the third is making sure that units are rented to people as soon as they're available, which our property office is doing very diligently. And all of those things work together to help get people off the wait list, in addition to working with other partners in state and local government.
I just want us to start up sometime putting in these reports to HUD that we are creating entrepreneurship programs. We got residents that starting businesses. We got Section 3 companies that's small, a lot of them that's here, that's offering jobs to our residents and giving them skills they need to go past public housing. So I just want us to let HUD, this whole city, know that we in the business of moving helping the residents or helping Chicagoans, but I feel like it's underreported. So I asked you for a report on how many people actually got Section 3 jobs through our Section 3 vendors, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
think
start
we do
seeing
that
that so that people can know we out here and these jobs do exist, and these young fellas can know that CHA help you get good jobs if you're willing to put in the work. And so
Them are people or residents.
residents, Chicagoans, we got a lot of, because generally what we do got too is a lot of baby daddies or kids that they may not be on a lease at public housing, but they in public housing. So we got a lot of these young guys that's out here getting in trouble or doing stuff. They either got a girl with a baby, they got a mother that live there, and they don't let go of the housing, even though they not on the lease. So I do want to create programs to help them as well, because them the ones out there that's people that's causing a little trouble. So
You're right, but those ain't the ones that's getting the jobs. You're right, but those ain't the ones that's getting the jobs. They ain't getting the jobs, though.
Well, thank you both,
They're not
Commissioner
hiring them.
Parker and Washington. Were there other questions? I do have 2 comments. One, just a correction in the summary. On page 1, it says 58 families are homeowners, but on the section 5, it says 68. I think I might have mentioned this.
Yeah, I thought I made that correction, but it is, I think it's 58. It's 15 down payment assistance and 43 choose to own. So I'll make sure that's corrected.
And then also, I'm definitely interested in how families are moving up AMI points. So I requested information to see like how that movement is happening.
Yes, I do have that detailed information for you, but in general, I think there were 1,780 families who moved up an AMI category or more than one category. About 1,000 people. So most of the time, people are moving from one up to the next one. They're not moving out of the program entirely.
Right.
So of that number, about 1,000 people moved from the 0 to 30% bucket to the 31 to 50% bucket. And then an additional 272 moved from 31 to 50 to 51 to 80. And then there were a small number of people that actually moved to 81% or higher. So I can provide that breakdown, but that's generally what it is.
Okay, thank you.
And so, just could I ask?
Yes, please.
I just want to add to that, because just like you said, I know we count families instead of people.
Yes.
So we got a lot of people. So within some families, we have people that graduated college that moved out. So, and we never even count that. We just say because of the head of the household is still there. Because I'm just saying, like, say for instance, I have a kid that moved out because of their CHA helped them increase their income. How do we count that? Or do we don't?
for some of our activities, we do measure individual outcomes.
Yeah.
For the self-sufficiency ones that I just described, we are looking at the whole household. So it's the household's income, whether or not that moved up an AMI category, whether the household purchased a home. But there are some of the individual activities where we're actually looking at individual outcomes, but those are very specific to like the family self-sufficiency program, for example.
And apprenticeship programs.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jenny.
Sure.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Jenny. We'll move
Thank
on
you.
to item number 2, which is the authorization to purchase insurance coverages for CHA's Property Managers Insurance Program and commercial property. Item number 2 is going to be presented by Dominic Maniscalco, Deputy Chief Human Resources Officer. Dominic?
Good morning, Commissioners. Hope everyone is well. In front of you is an authorization to renew our property and liability insurance coverage, and with me is Jennifer Mall, our risk manager, who will be presenting to you and will be available to answer any questions should you have any after. Jen?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So this is our annual renewal of insurance for our traditional public housing portfolio for the property and casualty insurance. We have 3 lines of coverage. It's general liability, excess liability, and property insurance. For this renewal, we have a flat renewal at expiring terms for our general liability coverage. Our excess liability coverage, the current structure is we receive non-renewals, and we are continuing to pursue other options. Our broker is working various options, and we will return to the May board with those options for you. Our property insurance has a 13% increase over the expiring terms. And I will stop here and answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions, Commissioners?
Okay, we're paying how much a year for insurance? How much a year for insurance are we paying?
We've got for our general liability, it's a flat renewal at $114,000. Our property is a 13% increase.
Total.
The total, well, in this renewal, we've got 2 extensions. There's a 60-day extension for our excess liability. So we're about, with those 2 extensions, we're at $5.1 million.
How much did we spend last year on payout?
Our 2023 for our property insurance,
All of insurance is a total payout. How much did we
I
spend?
think I'd rather hear it as broken out first, please.
well, I can give you on I've got a table included in the charts here. For 2023, the total payouts for our property coverage is $325,000. Our general liability losses, well, the total payout's very low for 2023 at this point in time because of the natural progression of a claim.
We paid $6 million for 23,000 or 300,000. We paid $6 million.
Approximately, well, if you look at our 5-year loss history for property, we're at $5.6 million in total payments made to date. For the general liability, we've got a 10-year loss history with total payments approximately $2.3 million.
That's total for 10 years, but total for 10 years payment to the companies, so we don't have a loss. All I'm saying is we paying the insurance companies more than we're paying now. Since we're using Gallagher, I know they should have went up on their prices. We've been using them for years. They should get us some better deals, and we shouldn't be inflated over 2%. They do get us some better. We've been using them for years. And since they know this was coming, like they tell us, they shouldn't wait till the last minute for us to have to extend someone else. I know COVID ain't got nothing to do with it. Everything is back on track. We meeting again. So they should have did a better job so we didn't have to give them an extension. They've been around too long. They work for us in a lot of different areas. They done got complacent. They need to step up their game.
Just to reiterate, our general liability was flat renewal going into 2024, so there's no increase.
I know that's no increase. One of them increased. None of them should go up. And Gallagher, they didn't get an increase, which is good because it's business as usual, nothing changed. They don't get a cost of living because they didn't do nothing, just refer someone.
Right, this is independent of the premium or the service fee that we pay to Gallagher. That's been a flat rate for the last 4 years, and they have one additional year remaining.
Were there any other questions? I do want to make a comment. I did have asked earlier when we spoke about this, about the year, there was an anomaly in the year 2020. I don't think I ever received information on that.
I did run information for you, so I'll make sure that it's delivered to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions, since there isn't any public, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since there isn't any public comment requests that were received, I'll present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 1 with the amendment that was mentioned, basically a correction in the amount of homeowners' families. And 2, is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any abstentions, votes, opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, numbers 1 and 2 are approved. We'll now move on to report of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee. Commissioner James Matanke, Chairman of the Real Estate Committee, will present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well. Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Gutierrez, and Commissioner Parker. Although Chair Herlock, Commissioner Hart, and Washington were also present, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for approval by the board of the following 6 items. Item number 3, authorization to amend contract number 12885 with Garland DBS Inc. and increase funds in the amount of $32 million for roofing and waterproofing systems and services. Item number 4, authorization to award contract to Ideal Heating in the amount of $2,448,469 for the replacement of steam boilers at Trumbull Park Homes. Item number 5, authorization to extend housing assistance payments for Rosa Parks Apartments, Casa Morales Apartments, and Casa Maravilla Apartments. Item number 6, authorization to execute housing assistance payment contracts with 1237 California Apartments, 2629 Fletcher Apartments, 3305 Division Apartments, 3959 Lincoln Apartments, Heart of Uptown Apartments, and Prairie District Apartments. Item number 7, authorization to take actions necessary for the closing of Lathrop 1C. And item number 8, authorization to execute the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago's Department of Administrative Hearings. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 3, as was amended, items 4, 5, 6, 7, bless you, and 8.
Thank you, Commissioner Matanke. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Matanke for approvals of items number 3 with an amendment, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for items 3 through 8 are hereby approved. I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 90 minutes. In addition to items number 9 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss the following matters: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending imminent or probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? We will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 90 minutes.
what happened at Lost America on was that was that was a I don't know if the storms the ComEd train form a shot. To our lines and fried our entire
Independence. African diaspora, looking at what do
Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first The Owner Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Moving the Owner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only didn't Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees
What happened at Los Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth. And it all stopped.
So we lost generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days. They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat. Because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency, along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens, and they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
I want to be the first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today.
the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the fourth time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for the public library and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment to lifting hardworking families.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
Our 13th annual CHA Springboard to Success Take Flight College reception was our largest ever. The Chicago Bulls, they're hosting us here in this wonderful space once again. So this year we had wonderful sponsorship support. Molina Healthcare, AT&T provided us with 180 brand new laptops, and Snapchat is a first-time sponsor as well. We had 180 kids here today. So excited to see so many of our youth headed off to colleges all across the country.
I feel blessed, being here, seeing kids, who who going to college, who just experience college, come here, be together, have a good time, get new stuff for their dorms, and enjoying their experience in college. It's like a blessed day.
It's just so wonderful to be able to support CHA youth taking this next important step in their journey.
I'm proud to be here today for this groundbreaking of the final rental phase of West Haven Park.
It's only fitting that this would probably be one of the first to be done in completing to have the number of residents that's supposed to come back to be able to come back.
Community. So I commend the Chicago Housing Authority. The commissioner has done a great job during the time that she has served and worked.
We're celebrating the creation of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. It is also indicative of the work that we continue to do. We don't stop just because we checked a box. We have to keep going. And so we're here to celebrate checking that box and then the next steps.
This event has motivated me tremendously. It's hard to see people that look like you, sound like you, come from areas similar to you, be prosperous, so it's just encouraged me to continue to reach higher heights and set the bar even higher. Now I want to just help other people that was in the same shoes as me at one point in time.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me after that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Peach Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm gonna say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
What makes Dr. Harris special? Her heart, her desire to bring out of every person that God would allow her to come in their midst.
Dr. Harris is a strong leader, is a female, and she's very militant and very passionate when it comes to her purpose and the things that she knows that God would have her to do.
Dr. Harris has had a tremendous impact on the community. Her sacrifices, her humility, her servitude. Dr. Harris would have these community breakfasts, and they would have like 3,000 to 5,000 people at these breakfasts.
Not only does she teach the word or preach the word, she gets out there and do the word. Her broad reach when it comes to government, when it comes to education, when it comes to religion, has been to just really be a demonstrator of the Word of God.
This honor is so well deserved because when you see a person live their life and for them to be able to experience a plateau or to receive a trophy or to receive the recognition for their labor, it lets her know that the labor has not been in vain.
Thank you for your labor of love, your heart, your passion, your bold, lion-like spirit for helping us to become what we are today.
ILA is a collaborative community and soon-to-be physical location in Chicago, dedicated to educating, elevating, and celebrating Black artistry. Founded by me, Rachel Gatson. We explore the arts through educational experiences, intentional programming, and empowering events. We recognize and honor all Black artists because we know Black artists deserve recognition for their talent.
So Territory is this really big group of teens who have come together, who work really hard to just bring up new creative solutions, how we can, as young people, fix it for the future or for other people who live in it now.
And our mission is to make the street more welcoming and just more attractive for teenagers.
I feel like it's important to help out my community that I live in and contribute to making the place where I live a better place.
I want to see my city look different because I know that there's a lot of injustices here.
You know what? This is my city. This is where I grew up. I want to make it better. I feel like it's only proper for us to have a voice in what we see, what we do, what we experience at Western.
The Chicago chess community is very diverse, and by expanding access to chess, it gives more people the opportunity to learn lessons like the one I've learned. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm a junior from Whitney Young. Chess has taught me to learn from losing, and I've been able to apply that to my life. One of the ways I've applied the things that I've learned from chess is by teaching girls around the nation how to apply the skills that I've learned from chess into their own lives. I love the Chicago chess community because it's both competitive and supportive.
I wanted my organization to be a part of representing the African diaspora around the world, looking at what do we know to be true about who we are as a people. Two words have become really key to our work. The first is Afro-contemporary, so it's kind of a descriptor of the movement aesthetic, the style that we use. Artivism, this idea of art and activism as a fusion, speaks to the work that we do in community, the work that we do through our education programs. I wanted a company where Black dancers could have a home and that we could create together.
I love the game. Like, I can't really explain it, but you want. Oh yeah. These kids are all creative and all have their own unique ability to affect change in different ways.
Basketball is not just playing, it's like you learn from it, you get ideas from it.
I like to lead. I have a lot of leadership in me.
The inner city of Chicago is rough around the edges, but you'd be surprised what could spring up when you nurture it and you feed it some life. Chicago Eco House, based on the south side of Chicago. We take over vacant lots and we turn them into solar-powered flower farms that creates jobs for at-risk young people. I'm Keelan Blackwell, president and founder of Chicago Eco House. We do really care about growing in a way that is sensitive to Mother Nature. We teach, our staff the way you really treat the environment is the way you're going to be treated as well.
We've come a long way since CHA's first owner symposium in 2008. Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first gathering quickly spread, and we realized just how many rental housing providers were searching for an event like the symposium. Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Homeowner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only didn't Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees who couldn't make the live event had access to the information at their convenience. Moving forward, I expect that some part of the symposium will always be online to reach the people who really need it. A strong housing market doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of long hours and hard work by committed housing providers, and CHA is in a unique position to support these efforts. I don't think any organization but CHA could host an event like the symposium year over year. With more than 50,000 families living in homes with support from Housing Choice Vouchers, and many more in need, CHA is deeply committed to fostering these relationships and building on our strong foundations. So, whether you're an industry veteran or you just got started last month, thank you. Thank you for being our partner in this mission and for all the work you do each and every day to support Chicago families.
What happened at Los Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth. And it all stopped.
So we lost generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple of days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days, They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens, and they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
The first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today.
Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the fourth time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for the public library and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment
to lifting hardworking families.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
Going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
Our 13th annual CHA Springboard to Success Take Flight College reception was our largest ever. The Chicago Bulls, they're hosting us here in this wonderful space once again. So this year, we had wonderful sponsorship support. Molina Healthcare, AT&T provided us with 180 brand new laptops, and Snapchat is a first-time sponsor as well. We had 180 kids here today. So excited to see so many of our youth headed off to colleges all across the country.
I feel blessed, being here, seeing kids, who who going to college, who just experience college, come here, be together, have a good time, get new stuff for their dorms, and enjoying their experience in college. It's like a blessed day.
It's just so wonderful to be able to support CHA youth taking this next important step in their journey. So today we are in the third floor conference center. We are hosting our annual Take Flight networking and recruitment event for CHA college students and recent graduates.
I'm a freshman at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California, and I'm also a CHA resident, so I thought today would be a good opportunity to network and just help build my resume, and I need to update my headshot as well.
Make connections with someone, potentially finding a job, or even just getting my foot in the door as far as interning with them to later get a higher position.
And we had a huge group of students waking up, coming downtown to network and to further their careers and their education goals. So it's really, the vibes are always great.
I'm proud to be here today for this groundbreaking of the final rental phase of West Haven Park.
It's only fitting that this will probably be one of the first to be done in completing to have the number of residents that's supposed to come back to be able to come back.
Community. So I commend the Chicago Housing Authority. The commissioner has done a great job during the time that she has served and worked.
We're celebrating the creation of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. It is also indicative of the work that we continue to do. We don't stop just because we checked a box. We have to keep going. And so we're here to celebrate checking that box and then the next steps.
This event has motivated me tremendously. It's hard to see people that look like you, sound like you, come from areas similar to you, be prosperous, so it's just encouraged me to continue to reach higher heights and set the bar even higher. Now I want to just help other people that was in the same shoes as me at one point in time.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits. And so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good. Salad, not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me after that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Pete's Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
What makes Dr. Harris special? Her heart, her desire to bring out of every person that God would allow her to come in their midst.
Dr. Harris is a strong leader, is a female, and she's very militant and very passionate when it comes to her purpose and the things that she knows that God would have her to do.
Dr. Harris has had a tremendous impact on the community. Her sacrifices, her humility, her servitude. Dr. Harris would have these community breakfasts, and they would have like 3,000 to 5,000 people at these breakfasts.
Not only does she teach the word or preach the word, she gets out there and do the word. Her broad reach when it comes to government, when it comes to education, when it comes to religion, has been to just really be a demonstrator of the Word of God.
This honor is so well deserved because when you see a person live their life, and for them to be able to experience a plateau or to receive a trophy or to receive the recognition for their labor, it lets her know that the labor has not been in vain.
Thank you for your labor of love, your heart, your passion, your bold, lion-like spirit for helping us to become what we are today.
ILA is a collaborative community and soon-to-be physical location in Chicago.
dedicated to educating, elevating, and celebrating Black artistry. Founded by me, Rachel Gatson. We explore the arts through educational experiences, intentional programming, and empowering events. We recognize and honor all Black artists because we know Black artists deserve recognition for their talent.
So Territory is this really big group of teens who have come together, who work really hard to just bring up new creative solutions, how we can, as young people, fix it for the future or for other people who live in it now.
And our mission is to make the street more welcoming and just more attractive for teenagers.
I feel like it's important to help out my community that I live in and contribute to making the place where I live a better place.
I want to see my city look different because I know that there's a lot of injustices here.
You know what? This is my city. This is where I grew up. I want to make it better. I feel like it's only proper for us to have a voice in what we see, what we do, what we experience at Western.
The Chicago chess community is very diverse, and by expanding access to chess, it gives more people the opportunity to learn lessons like the one I've learned. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm a junior from Whitney Young. Chess has taught me to learn from losing, and I've been able to apply that to my life. One of the ways I've applied the things that I've learned from chess is by teaching girls around the nation how to apply the skills that I've learned from chess into their own lives. I love the Chicago chess community because it's both competitive and supportive.
I wanted my organization to be a part of representing the African diaspora around the world, looking at what do we know to be true about who we are as a people. Two words have become really key to our work. The first is Afro-contemporary, so it's kind of a descriptor of the movement aesthetic and the style that we use. Artivism, this idea of art and activism as a fusion, speaks to the work that we do in community, the work that we do through our education programs. I wanted a company where Black dancers could have a home and that we could create together.
I love the game. Like, I can't really explain it, but you want. Oh, yeah.
These kids are all creative and all have their own unique ability to affect change in different ways.
Basketball is not just playing, it's like you learn from it, you get ideas from it.
I like to lead. I have a lot of leadership in me.
The inner city of Chicago is rough around the edges, but you'd be surprised what could spring up when you nurture it and you feed it some life. Chicago Eco House, based on the south side of Chicago. We take over vacant lots and we turn them into solar-powered flower farms that creates jobs for at-risk young people. I'm Keelan Blackwell, president and founder of Chicago Eco House. We do really care about growing in a way that is sensitive to Mother Nature. We teach, our staff the way you really treat the environment is the way you're going to be treated as well.
We've come a long way since CHA's first owner symposium in 2008. Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first gathering quickly spread, and we realized just how many rental housing providers were searching for an event like the symposium. Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Owner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only didn't Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees who couldn't make the live event had access to the information at their convenience. Moving forward, I expect that some part of the symposium will always be online to reach the people who really need it. A strong housing market doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of long hours and hard work by committed housing providers, and CHA is in a unique position to support these efforts. I don't think any organization but CHA could host an event like the symposium year over year. With more than 50,000 families living in homes with support from Housing Choice Vouchers, and many more in need,
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chanel Davis, and I'm a CH president. And this opportunity has given me and my family nothing but joy. CHA has provided security and just a big old hug to me. We have been through a lot, and we just love our neighborhood. I'm sorry, but I see that my kids will not have a future.
Again, And thank you for rejoining today's meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners have just finished meeting in closed session where we discussed items number 9, personnel actions, and other matters under the closed meeting exception. Our board secretary will now take the roll.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Gutierrez.
Here.
Commissioner Harris. Here. Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Commissioner Matanke.
Here.
Commissioner Parker.
Here.
Commissioner Washington.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hurlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Commissioners, draft minutes for the regular and closed meetings of January 16th, 2024 were provided in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular and closed meetings of January 16th, 2024?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. During closed session, board members discussed items number 9, personnel actions. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve item number 9?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolution for personnel actions is approved. If there is no more business to come before this board, may I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As a reminder, our next committee meeting and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Thank you for participating in today's meeting proceedings. Please be safe, stay warm, and stay well and stay warm. The meeting of March 19th is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.